I'm going to call the meeting to order, but first of all, I'd like just to ask, is everyone connected to the Wi-Fi that needs to be before we start? All the select water? Okay, that's no problem. We'll give you a second. And after that, then we'll do our pledge of allegiance, but we'll wait 1 second for that. And today we'll take a brief break after a few hours, so my crew is revolted. So okay, great. We just want to make sure everyone's ready. And so if we could go ahead and do the pledge of allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we could go ahead and take roll. Secretary Choma?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Commissioner Anselmi Dalton,
Present.
Commissioner Craig.
Here.
Commissioner Glick. Excused. Commissioner Hosey.
Here.
Commissioner Suker.
Here.
Commissioner Pence.
Here.
Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Commissioner Cott.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
And myself, Commissioner Choma.
Thank you.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And then Eve, are you taking it for select water? Thank you.
Excused.
Senator Guerrero,
Here.
Senator Hicks,
Here.
Senator Cole,
Present.
Senator Larson,
Here.
Representative Conrad,
Excused.
Representative Prego,
Here.
Representative Larson, Representative Nyman,
Here.
Representative Yen,
Here.
Vice Chair Summers,
Here.
Chairman Simons. Here. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Eve. The next thing we have on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from the March 2024 meeting. Hopefully you all have had a chance to look through them. So I would look for a motion to approve.
Second.
So it was moved by Suker and seconded by, was it Commissioner
Hosey.
Hosey? Thank you. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the planning closeout memos and good, welcome Mabel. And we have Director Mead here as well. So we'll let you go ahead and go through those. And there are motions in the packet for these two projects. So if you're in the notebook, I'm not sure exactly what page, but probably
Madam
not too
Chair,
far.
page 47 is where those start.
Okay, great. So page
48.
47, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee and Select Water Committee. I am Mabel Jones, and I will be presenting the closeout memo for the Clarks Fork Upper Shoshone Watershed Level 1 study. This was a Level 1 project. It was sponsored by the Cody Conservation District in cooperation with the Powell Clarks Fork Conservation District. The consultant on this project was Tri-Hydro Corporation. The total award or the total contract amount was $395,880. The entire contract was spent on this project, and so we did not have a contract savings amount on this. So the Cody Conservation District, in cooperation with the Powell Clarks Fork Conservation District, requested this study to evaluate current watershed condition and function. This was a very extensive project area. It did include a lot of federal lands, but then a lot of agricultural lands as well. Covered approximately 2.2 million acres in the northern part of the state, or approximately 3,400 square miles. About 37% of the project area was in the Clarks Fork watershed, and the remainder was in the Upper Shoshone River watershed. So the study identified and provided descriptions of 46 potential projects as part of this study. The description for each of the projects included a purpose and need, conceptual designs, the kinds of things that will prepare the landowners to come forward to request level 3 small water project funding from our office. The projects were organized and included irrigation improvements, livestock watering improvements, environmental enhancement opportunities such as stream restoration, and then there was a single project that was related to providing water supplies for fire suppression. So a total of 15 irrigation projects were identified and incorporated into the management plan. These projects included things like irrigation structure replacement and rehabilitation, ditch to pipe conversions, spring improvements for irrigation supply, and irrigation storage facilities. The livestock watering opportunities were the majority of the projects that were identified. This included access to water for both livestock and wildlife through spring development, pipelines to provide livestock water, stock tank installations, which included, some of those included solar, and pond reservoir construction for livestock watering. Environmental enhancement opportunities, there were 9 specific projects identified. This included, like I mentioned before, stream bank restoration projects, fisheries improvement projects. And then finally, a single fire suppression project was identified, and this was in a local subdivision to retrofit a storage tank so that it would be usable for fire suppression. Given the amount of this watershed is very active in terms of partnerships between land management and natural resource agencies who are working to restore watershed function and condition. The consultant engaged with federal and state agencies, including Wyoming Game and Fish, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, and the Shoshone National Forest on potential projects. And an extensive list of additional projects, in addition to those 40-some projects, were also included in the plan that are in various stages of development. There were additional partnership and operational recommendations that weren't necessarily construction or things that would happen on the ground that were recommended as part of the study. They're summarized in your memo, and they include continued engagement in planning processes with partners, prompt implementation of some of the recommendations in the plan. And this would serve to kind of get momentum for landowners to implement some of the recommendations, and the neighbors would see what folks are doing and hopefully get more projects going in the area. Also, it was recommended that the conservation districts really work to facilitate those applications to the small water project programs and help those landowners out, because it's a process. It's not as burdensome as some of the federal processes to get funding and get projects on the ground, but it is something that we ask the conservation districts to really serve as advocates for the program. And then also future projects were recommended related to hydrologic modeling of water availability, which will help with decision-making as this area's population grows and also as land use changes to help those decision makers whenever those changes are happening. So we did hold 4 public workshops and meetings, and then 2 public report presentations took place on the 23rd and 24th of January in Cody and Powell, respectively. So our recommendation from the Office to the Commission is that the Clarks Fork Upper Shoshone Watershed Study provides an analysis of watershed conditions, and through the projects identified in the Management and Rehabilitation Plan, demonstrates how these types of projects provide public benefit. Based on this study, the office recommends supporting the funding of small water projects and conventional projects within this watershed on a case-by-case basis. So with that, I'd be glad to field any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much for that excellent report, Mabel. We appreciate it. Do we have any questions or discussion from either Select Water or the commission?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, so when I'm reading through the recommendations there and based on the number of projects that were identified here, you've identified an average cost of about $88,000 a project, and under the small water project program, a maximum of $35,000 of that. So not quite half of those projects, but if you looked at the total cost of the projects is $4 million, and then the state's contribution to that, we're still approaching $2 million for these potential projects just in that one district alone. And so just a little bit the discussion, maybe, Madam Chairman, as we continue to do these and identify these projects, looking at the overall budgetary program of where we're at with small water project. I mean, this alone would have ate the entire budget up. But the question I have, Mabel, is when you guys work through these, you look at these and you've identified these projects, given the budgetary constraints, or, whatever level we feel comfortable funding the small water project program. Do you try to phase these in with the project sponsor? In other words, say, what's your priority? How does that fit into water development's priority? As I see anything, even here as rural fire district protection was one of the projects. So how do you work with the sponsors to say, look, these are probably some of the projects that you would want to move earlier or later, or meet a higher priority level within the commission's criteria?
And I think from the, the conservation district's standpoint, sometimes the priorities is based on opportunity when you have a willing landowner. If you've got a landowner that's really motivated to move forward, that project will come to the top. And then it seems like the coordinator for the small water project program has developed good guidance for what are the program priorities, and relayed that to the conservation districts to help them have successful applications, to see what those things are that are going to rise to the top. But oftentimes it is based on a willing landowner, or there's momentum for the projects because there are other partners such as Game and Fish or NRCS who are chipping in.
Just to reiterate, it's a sponsor driven. If somebody has the desire to participate, they work through there. And those are the ones that come back through the individual districts.
Yeah, and landowner and sponsor driven. I would probably add the landowner to that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none.
I move acceptance of the Clark's Fork Upper Shoshone Watershed Level 1 Study Project Report on being complete and further the WWDC makes the following funding relative to this project. That the commission recommend proceeding to the next level of the project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor.
Second.
Okay, made a motion by Commissioner Kaylee, second by Commissioner Craig. Any discussion? Not seeing none, then all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, Mabel. We appreciate your help there. Good to see you. Okay, Director. Aha, we have Mr. Mosier. George, good to see you. Welcome back. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission and Select Water. Once again, my name is George Mosier with the Water Development Office. Today, I am here to present the closeout memo associated with the groundwater exploration grant for Skyline Ranch Improvement and Service District. You'll find that still tab D, page 51. This particular groundwater exploration grant was approved in the November 2021 meeting. The original project estimate for drilling the well and supervision and pump testing was $235,000. Ultimately, that project came in just a little bit higher, $237,816. The original grant amount associated with WWDC approval was $176,250. So ultimately, the sponsor ended up picking up the change associated with the overage on the project. Normally, in groundwater exploration grant, the commission has the ability to grant up to 75% of the project expenses. However, we can't exceed what's authorized in the contract, so ultimately that ends up being a 74% of the project was funded by the Water Development Commission under the groundwater grant budget. This particular contract, although approved originally in November of 21, was extended at the October meeting last year. The reason to extend it at that point in time was just to allow additional opportunity to kind of finish the reporting and stuff like that. So the contract extension at that point was only for 6 months, just to grant them a little bit of additional time to complete that. The well itself was drilled during the summer of 2023. It's screened roughly between 55 and 70 feet below ground surface. It's located in the Snake River alluvial material. And not surprisingly, that well is fairly productive. Their 24-hour pump test was performed at over 700 gallons a minute, which is really convenient. They were hoping to target a 500-gallon-a-minute well. That pump test and the 24-hour results of that pump test helped them easily comply with the DEQ's requirements for 150% of proposed design capacity. The nature of Skyline's system is such that they kind of have all of their wells located in this alluvial well field area. It gave us the opportunity to monitor the water level in one of their adjacent wells that they idled during the test. We were able to see a little over a foot of sympathetic drawdown in that other well. So we do know that there will be a little bit of impact, but it's really not particularly severe. Especially considering that we're looking at water levels only a few feet below ground surface. So plenty of saturated thickness, a foot or two of sympathetic drawdown at a neighboring well is not something unreasonable to their operations at all. One of the unfortunate outcomes of this was that some water quality tests and follow-up testing indicated that they do have some iron and slime-forming bacteria in this well. They did some mechanical swabbing, abrasion, and disinfection treatments very late into last year. And unfortunately, they got snowed in and were not able to collect any kind of water quality follow-up confirmation samples. The plan that they have for that is that well was already going to have some chlorination treatment anyway as part of their standard system. And the sponsor themselves already has a level 3 project, which they began based on a November application to this office. So they do intend on making this a part of their system. Conclusions from the report are that the alluvial aquifer is highly permeable, easily sustains a design pumping rate of 500 gallons a minute, and although there will be, maybe 1 or 2 feet of impact for their neighboring wells, that's not significant or adversely impactful. The well completion diagram is also attached in this memo, and on page 55, you'll find that the office advises that final completion of the project is achieved, recommends acceptance of the final report submittals. Report submittals are, of course, available from the WORDS office and from the website. And with that, I will stand for any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you, George, for the excellent report. We appreciate it. And do we have any questions or discussion of this closeout? Mr. Haley, Commissioner Haley?
Mr. Chairman, George, I was just wondering, do you have those iron levels, what those were?
Madam Chair, unfortunately, I don't have those right in front of me. I certainly can secure them later if you're interested.
No problem, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. But George, they do say that it's treatable with chlorine, so they're not concerned, correct?
Madam Chair, I think the concern here is one more of aesthetic, taste, odor concerns. So it's not something that has eliminated this from any kind of MCL requirement for drinking water system.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, I would look for a motion. And there is a motion in the packet. Commissioner Lawson,
I move acceptance of the Skyline Ranch groundwater exploration grant project as being complete.
moved by Commissioner Lawson, second by Craig. Any discussion? No? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, George. The next item on our agenda is the planning project amendments. And these, I think, are just time only, but we'll have Director Mead help us with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll probably just talk about these together because they're really the same situation. So the first one is a critical aging irrigation infrastructure assessment study that we talked about earlier. Oh, I think it was last November when we provided an update or a draft report presentation on that. And then also the operations hydrologic assessment to understand, how cloud seeding was benefiting stream flow. Those both started in 2022 and are going well. We're just wrapping them up. We wanted to make sure we did a thorough review and get the revisions picked up by the consultants that were hired. On the critical aging irrigation infrastructure, that's Tri-Hydro Corporation. We're just wanting to change the expiration date from June 30th of this year to December 31st. And then the same thing for the cloud seeding one, which is NCAR, would be the consultant on that one. So if there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer them, but really just looking for a 6-month time extension for each one to wrap them up.
Great. Thanks, Director. Any questions or discussion?
Madam Chair. Director Mead, just curious mostly on the cloud seeding study, if there's been any thing that has been out of the ordinary noticed, or is this, I get a lot of questions from people about the money that's being spent on cloud seeding. Sometimes you would like to be able to respond with some information that's backed up by data. Have we seen anything that has enlightened us at all?
I think what we presented last year was that there is a definite, I guess, the cloud seeding, and this was on the aerial, was that you could actually see from radar that from the clouds that were being seeded, precipitation was being produced. So we know that it works. It's just still a matter of how well does it work, and then how does that interpret to stream flow. And I don't remember the exact numbers that were presented. Barry would probably have those. So we can get some more information to you from that presentation we provided in November. And that'll give you a little ammo when you do get those questions. You can have some information.
I assume there'll be a final report that will be available to.
That's right. Go ahead. Yeah.
Madam Chair, is my speaker on?
Yep.
Okay. There have been no additional findings from what was presented at the November draft report presentation. The results that came out of that were an additional number of acre feet in the North Platte River Basin and in the Little Snake River Basin. I believe it was right around 9,000 additional acre feet. I don't have those numbers right in front of me. But to answer your question, there have been no additional findings from the November draft report study. This is just a time extension to button up the final report and just allow additional time for invoicing. It took me a little while to get up here. I apologize.
No, thanks for jumping in, and we appreciated your report at the last meeting. You did an excellent job, so thanks so much.
Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion?
Madam Chairman.
Senator Hicks?
Jason, typically these projects are bid. There's a timeline that's out there. So I understand the extension to get things wrapped up, but I didn't hear an explanation as to why that they need additional time, given that they knew that there was a deadline for these projects already. And so I just don't want to get in the habit that, we take bids, we have a timeline, there's a there's a deliverable that's supposed to be done by a certain time. And then we just get into, well, if it's 6 months, we'll give you another 6 months. And so why are both of these projects running over the time of when the deliverables were supposed to be done?
Yeah. Madam Chair, the reason that this has been extended is because it's taken a little bit of extra time to go through the review process of that report, and just to allow for additional time for that final report to be completed. Part of that is the responsibility of myself as a project manager with making sure I have enough time to get that review process complete, and then also with the consultant, allowing them to have additional time. This report was very complex and very detailed, so I wanted to make sure that there was a thorough review process.
And Senator Hicks, on the critical aging irrigation infrastructure, as we all remember, there's a privacy component to that, and it's very sensitive information. So one, it's an important study. So we wanted to make sure that we were getting everything out of it that we asked for in the scope, and considering the responses that we got back in November from you guys, but also exactly how we're going to put that report out and what the final product's going to look like to the public versus what we're providing to the actual folks that participated in those different districts. So that's taken a little bit more time and thought.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hicks, I do see that Representative Summers has his hand up, but you want to complete yours first? Senator Hicks, are you done?
So as I understand the explanation, it wasn't just the consultant, it was also internal within the staff needed additional time and try to
Right.
refine and some of these others. So it was kind of a negotiated on both entities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jewel. Okay, we're great. Representative Summers,
Madam Chairman, can you hear me?
we can hear you. Thank you.
I wasn't going to raise this question, but since Senator Hicks kind of raised a question, I just had I guess a question on process. Let's just say these were actual projects that would be bid. I mean, these are actual projects, but let's say a construction project. If we do an extension, which we do a lot of extensions, then we do an analysis to determine what the added costs of that extension are going to be. So, going back to yesterday's conversation, if we continue to have extensions, do we examine what the inflation of the project's going to be by granting an extension?
Director?
I think it depends on the situation. If we're talking about reservoirs, yeah, there's a lot of extensions because there's a lot of information that needs to be collected, and then you're trying to analyze that information and determine what the next path forward is. But most of the time, I don't think, with these 6-month extensions that we're delaying projects that much, where something that comes out of the report should be up to date and assuming when the construction project's going to take place. If with the extension, that's going to extend when the construction actually takes place, then we would update those costs. But most of the time, in my personal opinion, having worked in dams and reservoirs, is we want a good product. We don't want something that's slapped together and doesn't get us the information that we need. So if there's good reason, we're heavily involved in those as project managers to understand what's going on. And when there's situations that come up that need to be addressed further or more detail or unforeseens or what have you. So I don't want to I understand the situation where time is money, but at the same time, if we're not getting good information, I don't want to rush things to just get a report out on the street as well. So, but point taken, time is money.
Does that answer your question, Representative Summers? Are you good?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And Chairman Steinmetz?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question just would be, procedurally, in November, we'll be meeting with the Joint Ag Committee, and I was really hoping we could have you guys come in and give that aging irrigation infrastructure report sometime. I think we'll meet the 5th and 6th of November. Is there any way we could have that before the legislative session rather than later? Because that's our last meeting date for that joint committee.
Madam Chair, we could, Senator Steinmetz, we could look at doing something like that. We also recorded the presentation and all the questions and answers that were provided at the time when we did that last November. So that would be another option where we, I suppose we would still have the consultant under contract with this extension. We haven't asked them to come do a second presentation. We'd have to, see if that's amenable to them, but or we could point them towards the recording that we could provide from our previous meeting.
Okay,
So
we'll
we
try
can
to
talk
work
about
that
it.
out. All
Yeah.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Director. And I do see obviously that there's no contract change amount for certain on the critical aging infrastructure, and I assume it's the same on the other.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Great.
This time.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I would call for a motion.
Approval of the Water Development Office recommendation for extensions of the critical aging infrastructure assessment level 1 study and for the Medicine Bow Sierra Madre's hydrologic assessment cloud seeding.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Craig and seconded by Secretary Choma. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. The next item on our agenda is the groundwater exploration grant withdrawal from the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities, which also has a motion if we're amenable to it. And again, we will welcome back George. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On tab F of the e-notebook or page 66 of the PDF, you'll find a one-page memo and also attached to that a letter from the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. This is related to a groundwater exploration grant project that was funded during the May 2023 meeting. If you'll recall, at that point, the Board of Public Utilities was proposing under that groundwater grant project to drill 2 additional wells. And ultimately, based on project cost projections, they were thinking that the project would be about $800,000. So their original ask was for essentially 50% of the project. The maximum under grant award for groundwater grant, of course, is $400,000. So in the meantime, the Board of Public Utilities has continued to collect additional information on the state of the aquifer out there, including some airborne geophysical work, additional groundwater modeling, and tried to project what the availability of water within that aquifer system would be, and help them understand what the long-term source of water in that aquifer could support or could be available for them. Also, this particular area has a project through the Army Corps of Engineers associated with remediation of some groundwater contamination from missile site activities. So the thought there at present, I believe, is that some of the cleanup activities that the Corps is responsible for may be able to make use of that water. At present, the Corps, of course, has a negotiation with Board of Public Utilities to treat water that might be impaired or impacted by TCE. And the thought is that the wells that the Corps could install as part of this cleanup activity could be similarly routed to the Board of Public Utilities system and cleaned up. And therefore, I believe, I wouldn't be going out on a limb to speak too much for Board of Public Utilities, but their thought is that somebody else is probably going to be able to supply them with a little bit of water in order to meet that objective of getting additional water. And also I guess in concert with that activity to remediate it, they're really questioning whether it's a wise investment financially as well as from a water supply perspective to install these 2 new wells. So at this point, their letter and my memo essentially propose reverting the money from this groundwater grant, under which no dollars have been expended so far, back to the groundwater grant program budget. At present, the balance in the groundwater exploration grant budget is about $823,000. And of course, that would be money that would be available for future groundwater grant applications in front of the commission in select water consideration. If returned, obviously, we'd be looking at a budget of about $1.2 million in that particular account. If there are any questions, I'm happy to entertain them. Hopefully, this is the simplest thing you have to see from me.
Ha. Thanks, George. We appreciate your explanation. Any questions? Commissioner Kopp?
Yes, George, just a question. So we have this TCE plume that, you know, they're using, the Department of Defense is monitoring those wells for that and doing some cleanup on that. And then the city of Cheyenne is going to use those wells for public water supply. Is that what I'm hearing?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cott, that's my understanding. Currently, there are some groundwater wells that are already part of the Board of Public Utilities system that are routed through an air stripper to accommodate that cleanup and supplied as part of the drinking water system. And the idea is that these remediation wells would go through the same process.
And so that the citizens of Cheyenne would like to drink this water after that. I mean, I'm concerned about the TCE and becoming public water.
Madam Chair, yeah, Commissioner Cott, thank you for that concern. At this point, I guess it's important to note that for the TCE cleanup associated with this water, you know, aeration and a simple air stripper is something that removes that down to a non-detect level. So I don't think there's really professionally much concern as long as the treatment is maintained and adequate. The Corps, by the way, is under contract to maintain that treatment system. So
Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any further questions? Commissioner Kaylee?
Yes, Georgia. I do have a question. Do you know, or maybe Brad and them know, if how long it'll take the TCE facility to be upgraded by the Army Corps if they start using additional wells in that?
Madam Chair, I think at the scale that we're talking here, I don't think that there's any upgrades necessary for the capacity. I do understand that capacity in that treatment unit is scalable. So it's something that can fairly easily be scaled up if there's future additional water that's needed. If Board of Public Utilities folks would like to answer that, they're certainly welcome to come up.
Thanks. Come on up and state your name for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Brad Brooks. I'm the director for the City of Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. Good morning to the commissioners and Select Water Committee. Yeah, back to Commissioner Kaylee. So yes, George did a great explanation of exactly what we're doing there and what the conditions are. As far as that system out there, that system, what they're treating right now and what we're planning on putting into it will still be able to be treated through the existing system. It is capable of mirroring its existing infrastructure. All the piping is there, so we can actually double the size of that facility. One thing I would add, and George hinted on it, the way we're looking at this is here we're going to have the Corps that's actually going to pump this water. That means BOPU money or the commission's money does not have to be used to pump that. They're going to put it into our system and then they're going to treat it. So for us, it just makes common economical sense. It's the best approach for us to let them pump it, treat it, and we get to take advantage of that water rather than use our funds and commission funds to drill those wells. The other thing I would add, and what we saw on some of the survey work that was done that George referred to, we have a very, very elaborate, in-depth water model of all of our aquifers now. And what we're seeing out in that aquifer, there's a depletion of about 30 feet. So what we've modeled and what the Corps is going to do, the existing wells that we have drilled there, we just don't, and other wells that are in the adjacent area, we do not feel that putting 2 more holes in the ground is really going to gain us anything. We're going to go ahead and move forward with this agreement with the Corps, hopefully that it works out, that let them pump this water, that they were going to pump and treat. Now we'll take it, treat it in their facility and use it for the city of Cheyenne. And George is exactly right. It is removed 100%. That's one of our stipulations, that they had to remove the TCE 100%, and they have. And that system's been operating for quite a while.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Appreciate that explanation. Any further questions, Commissioner Kennedy?
Follow up.
Great.
Brad, hey, I just want to say thank you guys for considering to turn that money back into us instead of popping a couple of holes out there that maybe we didn't need. We appreciate that.
You bet. I mean, our thought is always, hey, if it's not economical for us, it's not economical for the state. It's not a wise thing. So we just felt that's the right thing to do, is to bring it back. So we appreciate all the support we've got from the commission to date. So thank you.
And thank you. We appreciate you traveling here to present to us and answer. Oh, Senator Kolb.
So the face.
Oh, the face. Oh, the face is on. Excuse me for that delay. Just a general question for myself and the public. At any point in time, was TCE ever put into the water system before maybe you knew it was there in the past? I mean, what's the history of when you discovered this? And was there, like I say, has there always been a known quantity here of this material, and it has never gotten into the water system?
Great question, Senator Kolb. Basically, when we bought the Belvoir Ranch back in, I think, 2002, 2003, we knew that there was a TCE plume there. It basically came out of them when they put a lot of those missiles into alert. They erect them basically up, fill the fuel systems full, and then when they clean those fuel systems, they use TCE. The TCE went out of those rockets into what they call a flare pit, which is just basically open ground, and over years and years of use, that contaminated that drainage down through there. The Corps has always been active. The board, once we purchased the property, got the Corps involved, and they have always been watching that. And then they've started working on that clear back in the early 2000s, excuse me, and have been proceeding with what their methods are, whether they were going to do an in-place treatment subsurface, or if they were going to pull it out of the water. Then we always have monitored our wells, because we have some wells on Otto Road that are in another one of our aquifers that are adjacent. We started picking up TC, because the TC plume there, the direction of groundwater flow is from the west, or west to the east. We started picking it up, and that's then when we dealt with the Corps and they built our treatment plant. So we did not put any of that water into the city system. They drilled or constructed the air stripping unit at our water treatment plant that they own and operate. And we did not put anything in until all that was remediated on our wells, as well as anything that they brought off the Belvoir as well. You bet.
Thank you again, Mr. Brooks. Any further questions? Commissioner Cott?
This is just a comment, and we had a discussion, Brad, before the meeting, and this is a suggestion to the director and to George that, the use of some of the technology they use to assess their groundwater supply is pretty cutting edge, ground penetrating radar and those types of things, and that, maybe that could be part of a workshop, just an educational moment to hear more about that, and or it could be a part of the state engineer's monthly education program. Just a comment.
George?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cott, I'd love the opportunity to do that. I'm only hesitant because I tend to bring really sort of messy things in front of the commission, but it's a wonderful moment. I'd like the opportunity to dive into some of that more technical details. That'd be awesome.
Great. Thank you. Any further questions or discussion? Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you.
Okay, I think there is a motion in the packet, and so I'm looking for a motion. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kaylee,
I move that the commission accept the BOPU's request to relinquish the groundwater exploration grant funds, terminate the contract, and return the funds to the groundwater exploration grant program account.
Second.
and seconded, motion by Commissioner Kaylee, second by Commissioner Pence, sorry, and any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the new level 1 and level 2 project applications. And what we'll do is we'll go through them, but in each of them, we won't take them as a block because in each of them there are do not funds. So we can probably pull out the ones that are do not fund and discuss those separately. But more so on the third part because there's 3 of them. So we'll take them separately. Is that what you think we should do, Director?
Madam Chair, I think that makes sense. We have pretty limited number of applications this year for planning studies, so you may even want to consider voting on them as we go through them.
Okay, is that good with the commission? We'll vote on as we go through then. All right, thank you, Director.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, so just a reminder, received applications for new planning studies in March 1. And some of you may have went out and had some discussions with the project managers to help understand those applications and what the wants and needs were of the different studies. I will say that what comes out of today, the motions from the Water Development Commission will then start the actual procurement process for consultants. We'll go through and request or send out RFPs and shortlists and proposals and interviews and all that stuff in October. And then the numbers or the dollar amounts for that particular study will be plugged in and brought at the November meeting. So what happens today will eventually and potentially end up in the omnibus water bill planning. So just a reminder to some of the folks that are new on the committee for the legislature. So with that, I will, I guess, make the comment that these are the offices and the director's recommendation. It's really up to the commission to determine if you agree with us or not. So we have sponsor reps here. I'm going to give a short little intro or reason for a particular recommendation, and then hand it over to the sponsors for you guys, for them to introduce themselves and to answer questions or provide more information on their particular application. So for the sponsors in the crowd, when you hear your project called out, just go ahead and make your way up here and have a seat so we can keep things moving. So the first one is these are the account 1, level 1 projects. And the first one is a Hartville Water Master Plan. So if we have a sponsor here representing, come on up. And I will start off by just giving a little intro, like I mentioned. So the Hartville system, the way I understand it, is fairly simple. They've got 2 alluvial wells near the North Platte River, and then a 4.5-mile transmission pipeline to the town of Hartville, where they have a couple of tanks and then their distribution system in town. They've got roughly 70 people for population, and they're wanting to do a master plan to understand kind of how the system is operating and existing condition, what they need to do in the future. You'll notice I have a do not fund recommendation on there. And the reason for that is that they had a master plan in 1995. Part of that master plan was to understand what the condition of that transmission pipeline was and the distribution system. It said they're both in bad shape. They both need to be replaced. I think since the application and the recommendation and put together, we understand that some distribution work has been done through the AML program, but that transmission line hasn't been fixed yet. So there's an outstanding known need from the 1995 master plan, and considering the fairly simplistic nature of their entire water system, our suggestion would be it doesn't make a lot of sense to go do another master plan when we know, 30 years later, that transmission line is still sitting there and in worse shape than it was before. So it needs to be replaced. So our recommendation would be not to restudy it, but potentially have the town of Hartville maybe look at a homebrew to bring those cost estimates up to date and if they want to move forward, potentially apply for level 3 construction funding to get that thing replaced. So with that, I'll pass it over for anything you guys would like to add, explain, answer questions. Just
Thank you,
introduce
Director. And
yourself.
please just introduce yourself for the record. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners and Select Water Committee, thank you for considering the Town of Hartville Level 1 study. My name is Lanny Perkins. I'm the mayor, and I've been doing it for about a year. This is Rick Pfeiffer. He's our superintendent and operator. And then with me, I also have Murray Schroeder. He has been our town engineer for 25 years, and I'm going to let those two speak.
Welcome. Start with Mr. Schroeder. Thank you. Welcome here.
Madam Chair, yeah, Murray Schroeder, I'm WWC Engineering. I live in Laramie, and I've been, as Lanny said, helping the town out here for about 25 years. And as Mr. Mead alluded to, the community has done actually quite a bit of work on their system. We helped them with a complete restoration of their distribution system back in about 2000. And since then, we've done some tank inspection and painting work. And then probably in the last 10 years, it's been mostly status quo, and maybe Rick, I'd like Rick to speak a little bit to what's been going on recently, some of his ideas for what needs work. And then I've got some stuff to share in a box, if you'll let me.
Madam Chair, my name's Richard Pfeiffer. I'm the operator for the town of Hartville. I've only been here 5 years. Learning what their needs are has been extremely difficult. And we do know that the work needs to be done. We're just trying to ask for some assistance. We've probably been through 4 different mayors since that first study was done. Somewhere along the way, that ball was dropped, and the problem hasn't disappeared. Just completing our task, I guess, is the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Is it Pfeiffer? Is that correct? Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer. Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you guys for being here. We love Hartville and the Stockman Minor going up for a steak. But what I'm wondering is, why would you want the master plan rather than, you need some work done already? Is there something that needs to be reevaluated? Would you prefer to have the money in the project rather than planning stages? Because it sounds like you have identified a lot of what your problems are, and the funding might be better suited to actually fix the problem rather than study it again.
I would tend to agree with that. We do know what the problem is, that transmission line was put in 1978. So it's been several years. It's over, or reaching its life expectancy. We're not thinking about when it or what's going to happen or when it's going to happen. It's more when it's going to happen, because we know it is. And we would love to be able to move forward with taking care of that. We've done upgrades to our well system. We've did upgrades to our treatment plant. And this is something that's vital to our survival in the community. It's our only source of water out there. If something happens to that transmission line, then we would not be able to serve water.
Thank you. Director Mead, do you have any comments?
Madam Chair, the only thing I would suggest would be, obviously we have an interested consultant here helping out Hartville. If they were to be able to work something out where they can come up with some, updated cost estimates to figure that out, then applying for pre-construction level 3 funding or construction funding, getting the design and all the easements in place, and then coming back when that's done for actual construction dollars. We'd at least have the updated cost estimate, and I say homebrew, right, to get that done. most likely that's going to put them into next year's application next September, not this September, because we like to have those home brews by June. And I don't know that that's really enough time to get that turned around. But then they can also work through those easements as part of pre-construction dollars. So it's just a way to cut some time out and prevent from studying something again that we already know is an issue.
Director, just quickly then, why would they need new easements if they already have a transmission line? Wouldn't they just do it in the same area?
Madam Chair, I would assume so. My guess is it's a 6-inch line. It's a matter of determining what material you want to use with that pipeline. We would assume there are easements in place. It was put in 1978, so I don't have that information, but need to be confirmed at some point.
Senator Hicks, you have a question?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, and kind of build on that. What I would like to see Hartville do is not just look at this program, but get with SLIB and look at the SRF Clean Water Drinking Fund program and start that process, because even if you were successful in receiving these funds, we're not going to pay 100% of the cost of a construction project. So you need to get a full application, with updated estimates, as the director has indicated, and approach SLIB and look at those SRF clean drinking water funds as either all or part of the funding mechanism to this project too. But I would concur with, we know what the problem is. 29 years ago, you had a recommendation to replace the main transmission line, and it still hasn't been done. You're accurate. It's going to collapse at some point in time. It's going to happen. And so we need to move forward with construction. But again, as part of the overall planning process, you've got to look at other RUS. You should be approaching RUS at this point in time. SLIB for safe drinking water revolving funds in that program, and not just focus on water development. There's other entities out there that can help fund this and alleviate some of the financial burden to the town of Hartville. And that needs to be started now to accompany this. And with those steps going forward, it may be next year, but I would encourage you to move that direction.
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, that's a good point I forgot to bring up. The way I understand it, most of the distribution in town was utilizing some AML funds. So that might be also another funding source, considering the historic mining, I think, near town. So.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Did you have something else you'd like to say?
Can I share? Do we have time?
Yes, we have time.
Yeah.
We appreciate you coming over, and
Yeah.
we want to take time to hear what you have to tell us.
So for starters, excuse me, and it's be easier to pass these around and speak loudly, but these are photos of the well system. 10 years old from 2014. And so in addition to the pipeline, there's some concern that the groundwater.
Just make sure you're speaking to the mic, because we do have
Yep,
people
yep, yep.
online, and it's really torturous. I've attended online, so
I'm sorry.
thank you.
Anyway, in addition to the transmission pipeline, that's a big concern. The groundwater supply wells are, I don't know how old they are, but they're old. Yeah, and they're rusty and they look kind of nasty when you look at them. And we thought maybe the scope of rehab ought to include re-drilling those wells, maybe. Try to talk into the mic here, but I'd like to pass this around too, or at least show it from here. But this is a piece of the pipeline, and this is a piece that I snagged probably 20 years ago when we found a leak, and it's no longer manufactured. It's certainly a candidate for replacement, and there's certainly ways to do that, but it's 4.5 miles long. And so I might have created this mess by asking the town to put an application to the Water Development Commission, knowing that there wasn't a recent master plan. I thought, well, maybe that's the only route we can go. But if there's another route that the community can get help from the Water Commission, even if it's only partial, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. So if it's level 2 or homebrew level 3, if we have some clarity on how we can get some partial help, that's what we're after.
I want to thank you for bringing this information to us. It does look like you're ready to move on into action versus planning and speculating. I think we know what needs to be done. It looks like it's pretty clear from the photos, Mr. Schroeder. So thank you. And Director?
Madam Chair, I would just ask too, I think as part of that original master plan, the wells were brought up and potentially needing some rehabilitation, which again, we see some pictures of a rusty pipe. And my question would be, have they done any cammering? Have they done any, what have they done, what we would consider operation and maintenance to really understand the situation with their wells and the capacities and if they've diminished or not?
Mr. Schroeder, can you answer the director's question?
Question? Kind of.
Operation and maintenance?
Oh, I'm sorry, Rick. Yeah, Rick.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I've been working on we have two pump houses out there. One we've been running on, the other one needed some repair. We recently pulled up our pump, inspected it, had to replace our drop pipe. Had to put in sanitary seals and did some modifications with some gate valves to add discharge lines to our older well house. It's now operational and back online. We've been doing this out of our own pocket.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pfeiffer. Director, but you recommending that they go after other funds and put in an application for next year, since it's pretty close to June now to get in.
Madam Chair, my recommendation would be to work with WWC. There's obviously an interest here as the town engineer for the past 25 years and helping them apply for this project. So that's where I'm suggesting a homebrew, just considering from 1995 what the suggestions were, and this might give a little skin in the game to proceed forward this time. And then come back, get that into us in time for we can review that, make sure we've got the information we need to actually put together a good level 3 request, knowing the funding for pre-construction and to proceed that direction.
Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I would contact SLIB. They've got a grant management specialist over there that does with all the SRF and can direct the rural utility systems with USDA and start that process simultaneously with what we're doing right now. It's going to be in your financial best interest to be able to potentially leverage one program against, and you need to do that concurrently.
Thank you. Any further comments, discussion?
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Zucker?
Looking at your financial information, how does that $25 for a tap fee compare to your peers? Any idea?
That's what they're looking at.
It seems like I've never seen one for $25. Tap fee. And that includes the commercials being the same. You ever looked at that? I mean, you can't buy the meter for that.
We are currently working on a rate study with WARS to increase our rates and set up a standard.
Good. I'd like to see that because it just doesn't, the numbers don't look right there to me. So, and I think, you know, you got to help yourself before we can help you a lot.
We're in agreement.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or discussion? Thank you. We appreciate you coming. Mayor Perkins, Mr. Schroeder, Mr. Pfeiffer, thank you so much for your time and bringing us some stuff to look at. Thank you. All right, Director Mead. Seeing no further questions or discussion, the director has recommended that we do not fund the master plan as they already have the information they need. So I'm looking for a motion on this Hartville Water Master Plan.
I move we accept the recommendation of the Water Development Office to not fund the Hartville Master Plan application.
Second.
Thank you. That was a move by Vice Chairman Craig and seconded by Secretary Choma to do not fund. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, we have one no and the rest are ayes. That would be Commissioner Kaylee. Thank you. And that motion has carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next one, which is the Hewlett Water Master Plan with a recommendation to fund the level one. If you could go through that for us, please, Director.
And if we have anybody from Hewlett, I believe they were going to be online. Is that accurate? Yeah.
Okay, so we'll wait to see, who are we admitting then? Don, oh, Bravacek? Okay, Bravacek.
Okay, so Madam Chair, Town of Hewlett is requesting a master plan. They've never had a master plan and want to understand the current condition of their system and what might need to be done in the future to keep it modernized and up to water quality standards. So our recommendation is do fund, and I would hand it over to the representatives from the Town of Hewlett to provide any more information or answer any questions you guys might have.
Okay, thank you, Director. Mr. Bravacek, can you hear me? And let's see if we can hear you.
You are muted, Ben.
We aren't hearing anything yet.
Can you
Is
unmute
he-
him anyway?
Steve, can you help us?
There we go.
Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Bravacek. Sorry, that was Bravacek. Bravacek, welcome.
Yeah, I'm Ben Provacek, and I have Melissa Bears. I'm the Public Works Director, and Melissa is our town clerk. And yes, we are applying for the level one study for the town. And as far as I know, we've never applied for this plan through you guys. I guess if there's any questions, or we can try to answer anything we get thrown at us.
Okay, thank you for attending online with us. Do we have any questions for the Town of Hewlett for Mr. Bravacek or Melissa Benz? No? Okay, well, thank you. Nothing from Select Water, right? Thank you. I guess, Director, then we could just go ahead with the motion then on this. So we would need a motion to approve the level one Hewlett Water Master Plan.
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we approve the Hewlett Water Master Plan Level 1 study.
Thank you, Commissioner Hosey. Do I have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Suker. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. And now we'll move on, Director, to the level two feasibilities projects, new development. We're going to start with the Osage water system. That does have a recommendation of do not fund, but I do understand there are people from, are they online? Are they here? Okay,
Okay.
welcome.
Okay, so
Welcome.
Madam Chair, just a quick explanation. So in 2019, Osage had a water master plan done. They're now asking for a level two study. The master plan stated that their system, at least the source, could provide good water to the residents. The actual distribution system was some of the issue where inadequate sizing and leakage in the cast iron mains within that distribution system. They've got a Madison well. We call that or refer to that, I think, as well number 4. As part of that master plan, it was contemplated whether they needed a backup well, but they meet current standards as far as with their well and their amount of storage that they have in town. And they've also, I think, are looking into purchasing an existing Madison well as a backup well. The distribution portion of, what was looked at in the master plan, moving that into level 2 study is not something we would do. We do look at that stuff in the master plan just so we get a big picture of the entire water system, water treatment, distribution, transmission, everything else. But when we move into level 2, we don't get into those ineligible items like distribution. So in our minds, they've got an adequate source of supply. The transmission and their tanks and the well are in good shape. The issues with their distribution system. So that's why we have a do not fund to move into a level 2 study.
Madam Chair and Board, thanks for considering us on this.
Pardon me, can you just state your name for the record? And also if you could just move the mic right in front of your mouth so that the people online can hear you.
Joe Wood with the Osage Water District. This is Janice Hurd. Thank you for considering us. The reason why I was going after trying
We
to
really
get another well.
Get real close to the.
We just can't hear. I mean, we can barely hear you here.
Yeah,
Thanks a
the
lot.
reason why I was trying to get another well was for the backup part of it. But well number 4 is a really old well, but it's still working and it flows well. And our infrastructure is bad, but I guess if we partner with Black Hills Power and Light to get this other well for a backup, because for in case the other well breaks down, we just don't have another supply. So, but we're going to try to come in on for a level 3 study to get funding to update our whole system. But yep, we just come down to say thank you for considering us and say thanks.
Well, we appreciate you driving down from Osage and taking the time. Do you have any comments that you'd like to add, Ms. Hurd?
We do have a support letter from our county commissioners.
Yeah.
If the commission would like a copy of that, or we gave a copy to Wyoming Rural Water and to WWC Engineering, but if somebody could make a copy for the commission, we would be happy to leave that here. And we have spoken with, we just had a meeting the day before yesterday with our engineer from WWC Engineering and with Wyoming Rural Water with Kathy Weinsap. And we're working with them on our distribution. And we do understand that we need to probably look into SRF funds and USDA. So that will be our next approach. But we would like to be shovel ready by January if we can on our distribution and work on getting our lines updated and that sort of thing. Sorry. Public speaking isn't my forte and this makes me nervous.
You're doing great. No problem. We appreciate you traveling all the way
We do
down.
appreciate the commission's time and patience and looking at our application, and we thank you.
Senator Hicks, you had a comment?
No, but I would strongly encourage you to go look at your rural utility systems and get those applications in with SLIB. And for all of the other project proponents out there that are looking at for municipal type drinking water projects, you're going to hear that over and over again. I think is this, there's a lot of money in that program. It's available. They do have a loan forgiveness program. It's a loan program, but you know, water development funds are becoming more constrained all the time, and we need to utilize all the funds available for these projects. So I would make those contacts as soon as possible. Yep, we will. Thank you.
Thank you for coming all the way down. We appreciate it. Okay, any further questions or comments from Select Water or our commission? Hey, Director, so any further comments from you, or should we go ahead and begin? This one was recommended as a do not fund since it, so I just need to have a motion.
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we accept staff recommendation to do not fund the Osage Water Project.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Suker, motion by Commissioner Hosey. Any discussion or comments? See none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Director.
Okay.
So we'll now move on to the Saratoga Water Storage Tank Study. It was withdrawn. So do we just go on or we vote?
Madam Chair, if you want a short explanation, I can provide that.
That'd be lovely. Thank you,
So
Director.
Saratoga originally applied for a level 2 study for the purpose of evaluating options for adding additional water storage. We pointed out to them after we received that application that that was specifically looked at in the master plan and location for additional storage. So they recognize that and will probably just want to update their cost estimates, and they feel like that's something they can undertake on their own. I do think they are planning to probably come in later for level 3 funding. I think as part of the master plan, their storage, even though it's 40 years older storage tanks, it's in pretty good condition with continued, maintenance moving forward. So we will just have to, if they do come with a application for level 3, we'll consider it at that time and determine if it's needed or not. So.
Great. Thanks for that explanation. And I'll look for questions, but we don't need then a motion on this. Are there any questions or discussion? No, then we will move on to the level 1 reconnaissance projects rehabilitation. We will start with the Heart Mountain ID master plan, which again is recommended as a do not fund. And so Director, we'll start with you.
Madam Chair, I would just ask, I think we're moving fairly quickly. Is everybody good on bathroom breaks?
I was thinking it would take about 10:30, but if.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So anybody from Heart Mountain here, come on up. So just quick explanation, Heart Mountain Irrigation District had a master plan in 2015. They're working diligently, and we appreciate this, on a number of projects. 4 different laterals that they're trying to put into pipe. They've got one, I believe at this point, that's partially funded. Applications into the NRCS or maybe further than applications to get some federal funding. But most likely to get these projects done, they're going to be coming back and looking for some match money from water development. And from what I understand, and you can correct me, I think that to try to get all 4 of those projects done, they're shooting for time frame of 2030 or thereabouts. So I guess the reason for the recommendation of do not fund, even though, again, we appreciate everything they're doing, they've got a good list of projects in front of them that they need to get taken care of. And if we were to go do a master plan right now and considering what they have funding for and ability to afford projects, that master plan is going to be sitting on a shelf for a while before they can actually implement anything. So at that point, is it 4, 5, 6 years old? Does it make sense to actually wait on that master plan and do it when they get a little further down the road on the suggestions from the 2015 master plan? Because it's just going to be 10 years old next year. So with that, I'll hand it over to the sponsor. Yep.
Thank you. And if you could just state your name for the record and speak directly to the mic for our Zoom attendees. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Tyler Weckler. I'm with Heart Mountain Irrigation District. Good morning, committee and commissioners and representatives. Thank you for having me here. Mead's absolutely correct. We have those 4 projects left to complete. I'm not here. Your staff's amazing, and so is the commission. So I don't want to step on toes on any recommendation because it's correct. Of those 3 projects, we had to drop. Of those 4, we had to drop one of those projects on the master plan. Within our master plan, throughout the years, we've worked on completing all of the projects except for these remaining projects. I'm gonna have to look at my notes. I'm sorry. Of those 4 projects, the 3 79, 89, 65, those are the name of the projects. We dearly appreciate the Select Water Committee recommending funding for our first project, R4S. It actually breached last year. And we're in the EA stage, so we're going to get that, hopefully design, we can get that going by October of this year and start putting the construction in fall of 2025. So they're very important projects. I guess the challenge for us is the rest of the system, primarily our main canal. It's not waiting for these projects to be finished. I'm a little concerned about some of the areas. So our main canal diverts capacity at 917 CFS, 1,000 landholders. And it has various issues that I'll just go over them briefly. We have siphons. They're 8 to 10 feet in diameter. We have our pillars have snapped, and there had been movement in the past. Really concerned about that. We have our tunnels. We have quite a few siphons and tunnels about the same size, some about 12. Our main tunnels about 12 feet in diameter. It has a lot of cracking. It's not at the point of failure or anything like that, but we really want to get it analyzed professionally and see how much time we have on that system. We have a siphon that goes over the Shoshone River. Well, had a lifetime warranty. Well, that lifetime warranty isn't lifetime. We have some failures inside of there. So on these projects, we have our crew every year that goes in. So on the siphon, we're down to about an inch where the valve is. We go down, we clean all these areas, we coat them, epoxy them, try different materials to keep the integrity of that siphon. It goes over the Shoshone River and diverts directly from Cedar Mountain, which is connected to the reservoir, Buffalo Bill Reservoir. We have an abatement list from the Bureau of Reclamation. We're a transferred work partner of the Bureau of Reclamation. It's, I don't know how many pages, at least 40 of abatement or projects we need to complete. And we do complete them. We do send these reports to the Bureau. We do check them off year after year. But it's pretty large. So to cut to the chase, the goal of the master plan would be to help analyze with professional data driven, not just a bunch of people's opinions. I have a lot of opinions on the infrastructure with landowners and things like that. I'm looking for real data to help understand these other issues and prioritize these other issues while we're working with these three grant funded projects. Because with these projects in our current master plan, we have challenges getting funding for it. Just the first leg, we have to get a loan, possibly, hopefully, through WWDC, which we have paid back our loans in the past, and thank you for those. So we may have to take out loans. We may have to pull out some reserves. We've saved year after year in our reserves. We're doing a real good job in our audit and keeping that capacity there. But on these projects that we need to find funding for, if we could have a master plan identify the critical issues of these other main canal problems we're having, then I can understand how we need to budget and focus some of our income year after year after year to save to address internally without additional funds on our own and address them in a targeted fashion. I'm not sure which issue is worse and needs to be addressed first. I don't know if the concrete is structurally sound on our spillway, our emergency spillway. That's collapsing. We have a power pole keeping the sides in from collapsing. And it'd be a great tool to help us understand where to focus our income in the future. Let's see. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Weckler, for helping us out with a description. Yes, Senator Hicks.
So Tyler, did you guys participate in the critical infrastructure study that the Water Development function to identify part of these projects?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
So now we're going to study them again So you're requesting that, so it's already, you already know you've identified the problems. You already participated in that critical infrastructure, which identified the problems, and now you want another study to help identify the problems. Is that correct?
I guess maybe that's
Wickler?
correct. Yes,
So that's one issue. So the other question I have for you, you know that you have certain infrastructure that needs to be fixed, and some of these are not $1 million project, correct?
correct.
Chutes and, failing concrete and stuff like these things. And historically, I know you guys have participated in some of the materials only programs too, to fix some of that stuff. So it seems to me, given your current obligations, you have certain things that aren't giant expenditures. Why don't you guys participate in the small water project program to try to address some of these other spot issues that you have within the system?
I have that, thank you. I have that application filled out and ready to go. Yes, that 35,000 is amazing. Our main canal with our siphons, and the lining inside, those are maybe hundreds of thousands.
But a lot of the other stuff you could be addressing right now without having to hire a consultant to tell you that you need to address this.
Absolutely,
All right,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witzler. And any other questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Craig?
Tyler, thank you for driving down. It's a long drive from Park County to Cheyenne, so. Senator Hicks asked the same question I had about the critical aging study and things that were most likely identified and maybe pointed out to you that you weren't aware of. The siphons that you talk about I'm very familiar with that system, so I understand your concerns. If something shifts and one of those siphons happens to fail, a whole bunch of your project is not going to be able to be served. So I understand those concerns, but a couple things that I kind of wonder about. If a study was funded, do you think anything would move ahead of already identified projects as far as the critical need?
I was hoping the study would help prioritize based on their evaluation what I need to focus on first and immediately. If the level 1 study doesn't do that or fulfill that, then that's the main thing I'm looking for is where to drive our resources outside of the current master plan, that prioritization list. All of these areas look to me that in the out years, 5-10 years, I just don't know. But they're speaking to us, they're showing us problems. And I didn't realize that, yes, we put it in that critical aging infrastructure plan. This may be redundant, but I was looking for a strategy, professional data and strategy on this is not good. This will probably last 5-10 years. And then take our internal resources and go after that prioritization. So I was hoping the master plan would help prioritize based on their evaluation.
So as follow-up though, you've already identified, there were 4 projects identified in the prior master plan that are remaining to be completed. And one of those has either been decided to not be done or banned, whatever, but you're working on 3 of those.
Right.
Either physically working on them or working for funding planned to be completed by 2030.
Yes.
So my question is, of the things that were identified in the critical aging study, probably those were identified as well. Would anything move ahead of the 3 that you're working on now?
Yeah, the pillars on the siphon. I think we need to get cranes. I'm not sure. We tried jacking them with all of our jacks, but we need to get that secure, and we need to get the pillars reformed and stabilized. That's in our abatement list from the Bureau of Reclamation. That'd probably be one of the first things. We also have a hill that's sloughing on the outlet of one of our siphons. We put railroad ties. We could find where the seepage is. We've looked, done tests. then that would be something that we could do in-house as well. Have to move quite a bit of dirt. So yeah, there are projects that we could definitely do now.
I would just say, from my perspective, it presents somewhat of a dilemma for me because I'm familiar enough with the system to recognize the need and also the age. I recall when the Cedar Mountain Tunnel collapsed. Yeah. And that's been about 25 years ago. And there was about 2.5 weeks in the middle of July, critical irrigation system or season, when the Heart Mountain irrigators could not irrigate at all. And that's catastrophic.
Yeah.
And that could happen again. It's difficult for me to know even how to vote on this decision, because you're working on projects now that have been identified. You have projects that are also identified, but it's a little bit questionable how important they are in comparison to what you're working on. So with the other discussion you've heard today about the availability or lack of availability of funds, the fact that you're already identifying things that you're working on, it makes it difficult for me to know how to proceed. So I guess what I would really like to ask from you is, if we do not fund this, where is that going to put you as far as moving forward with the projects you have and with the others that have been identified under the critical aging study?
Well, we're going to, thank you. We're going to make the best educated guess, and we've been pretty diligent in our reserves, and we're going to use our reserves, and we're going to have to get contract labor out and start that process. It's the prioritization that I was looking for in the master plan to know where to go. The study with the critical aging infrastructure didn't really fulfill that, so no, if it's not funded, we're still going to move forward on our own.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. I think I have a Chairman Steinmetz, and then I'll go to you, Commissioner Suker. Is that okay? All right, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think what you're seeing, and we appreciate your proactive stance on this and the fact that you participated in the study and that you're trying to get ahead of these aging infrastructure problems. So great job on that. But I too would like to see the money go toward the repair rather than repetitive studying. So I'm wondering what resources might be provided by the Bureau of Reclamation. I know when we had issues with GID, and even since with the permanent repair, the Bureau of Reclamation has a lot of tools in their arsenal that they might be able to deploy on your behalf. We may not be able to pay for them. Like you said, you may have to use your own resources, or they may have some ability to help in some capacity. Have you pursued that? Because I know they have a lot of things upon request. It might cost you money, but they might be a good partner because they do have a vested interest in this facility as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely. That's part of the moving forward on our own part. We have used Water Smart prior years for the rattlesnake liner. This committee helped supplement the funding for that too, which is amazing. And there is a loan program that the Bureau has that we've thought about quite a bit. And it's a 4% repayment loan. And right now we don't have any loans. The loan, if we needed to get a loan, I'd like to reserve, the reason why we're not moving forward in that is I'd like to reserve that potential issue if with the 3 projects we have right now. We don't have supplemental funding. We have a PL 566 in our CS grant and 25 million. But what we need is 25% construction for all these projects, which is quite a bit. So yes, we are definitely looking at those programs, and that sounds like that's probably the direction we need to continue.
Follow up. Go Just, are you using their evaluation tools though, as far as what may pose the biggest threat to your irrigators?
No, I'm not. Um, uh, Online tools, I,
No, they have resources that they can come out and evaluate some of your structures.
mhm.
And we found that helpful. In fact, that's how the other tunnel got condemned. So,
Gotcha.
so it causes your price tag to possibly go up more, but I think you're seeing a committee here that would really like to, see more direction toward repair than study.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I,
Yeah.
I completely understand that. Yeah,
Yeah.
we have reclamation come out. They just did a siphon inspection. So I have contacts. I will move forward in that direction.
They might be able to help you there
The
a little more.
prioritization.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Suker, and then I'll go to Senator Hicks. Commissioner Suker?
Madam Chair, my questions have just been answered.
Well, that's wonderful. We're happy to hear it. So we'll move on to Senator Hicks.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, so just make it clear, we're not abandoning you and we're telling you to go do it on your own. We're saying exactly what I think Senator Steinmetz said. We want to see money go into projects, and the fact that you guys participated in the critical aging infrastructure, I would anticipate that you'll be coming back in as a result of that study and saying, here's some significant level 3 funding projects we'd like to move forward with. Same thing with the small water project. You guys could, a lot of those things you could describe, you could submit a half a dozen projects. Let's get to the money on the ground, and you know what the problems are. The more you address now, the less you have to worry about tomorrow. And so.
Thank you. I think I needed to hear that. That was, yeah.
Okay, I think Senator Larson has a question as well.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't have a question. I just want to thank Tyler for coming up. I ran that irrigation district for about 10 years ago, about 10 years ago. And it's just monumental on all the issues you need to deal with. I guess I do have one question. Have you been, like every year, trying to do a big project? Or I'm sure dollars are a big issue, but I would encourage every year just coming down and applying. You got to keep the wheel turning.
Yeah. Thank you. I will keep doing that. Yeah, we focused on a lot of our pipe bearing project. You buried so many on the laterals, thank goodness. That we're focused on operation and maintenance. Yeah. And I understand the direction. I appreciate that. I think that helps me really understand the point of these master plans, the intent and redundancy. I wasn't aware of that, but I see that now.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you, Tyler. I think we have some further questions. Is it Commissioner Kelly or yes, Commissioner Kelly? And then did you have a question also?
Madam Chair, this is kind of just a comment, and then I have a question for the director. I kind of agree with Commissioner Craig that, a master plan that was done for $175,000 in 2013, and there's been a lot of changes to you guys' system, and it affects a lot of people. And I would be like you, what if I spent that money on a transmission line and then we have a blowout someplace else and I have to come back here for emergency funding because, all this happened. So I would be kind of like you, that maybe it wouldn't be a really whole-blown in-depth master plan, but I would want to know some type of priority where I put my money first so that we don't end up in a situation where we spent it on something else that didn't, that wasn't an emergency or is critical. So my question for the director is, if we was to approve this, where would that funding come from, and do we have the funds for this?
Thank you, Commissioner. Director Mead.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kaylee, the funds would come from account 2 for a irrigation district master plan. What was the other question?
Do we have that
We do.
available funding?
Yeah, I would say, considering kind of what happened at the last legislative session and some of the refund money we received for at least the biennium associated with the Board of Control that the funding's there. It's just a matter of making that funding last into the future as well as we can and being smart about the projects that we fund. So, yeah.
Thank you, Director. And then Vice Chairman Craig, you had a question?
I'll withdraw my question.
Okay. Any further, I guess I would have a quick question for either Tyler or Director Mead. Basically, the position of we're recommended not to fund because we're saying, oh, we just keep studying the problem. We know what we have to do. And Tyler's saying, well, I want to make sure I'm picking the right priorities, but the Bureau of Reclamation's given him a long list and he has 3 other projects in the works. And I get the idea. It's sometimes, sitting around and studying and thinking and drawing up plans doesn't get us where we're going. So do you feel like you have enough of a direction, Tyler, to feel like you can pursue forward and go off to these other directions, like as per Chairman Steinmetz saying, oh, let's go to the Bureau of Reclamation, ask them, hey, what would you prioritize versus us doing another study and spinning our wheels? I understand the concerns of Commissioner Cayley and Commissioner Craig. But at the same time, I'm more of a person like, let's get action done and boots on the ground and get things moving. So I just want to know, do you feel like you have enough direction?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I do. I have a remarkable staff. We're at the point where the majority are going to hit 9 years this year. I mean, it's not in terms of the district. That's pretty good. So we're retaining a lot of our institutional knowledge. The Board of Commissioners have been on for a long time, and they've got a lot of knowledge. So together, yeah, I'm confident we won't make a mistake.
Thank you for your help. Any further questions from the commission? Any discussion? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, this just a comment. I made the effort to discuss this with Tyler a little bit before the meeting, so I had a little bit of this information, not as much as I have now. But I also contacted the chairman of his irrigation district board to ask him if he was aware that this was recommended to not fund. And his comment to me was, well, we'd rather get some work on the ground instead of spending the money studying. Let's put the money to work. He said, I'm just a dirt farmer. I need to put the money out on the ground instead of spending the money on a study. So I think I know which way I'm going to vote now based on the discussion this morning, but that was the comment from the chairman. Which doesn't really help your cause, Tyler, but that was his sentiments.
Yeah, I like Brian a lot.
Okay, and Tyler, I want to thank you for driving all the way down. We do appreciate your attendance here in person. It does mean a lot to us, and we'll go ahead and, assuming there's no other comments or questions. Okay, seeing none, then thank you, Tyler. And Director, nothing else for you to add. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and I'll look for a motion. The recommendation is do not fund, but obviously you're all welcome to make whatever motion you like.
Madam Chair, I think Tyler has maybe one more comment to
Oh,
make.
sorry, Tyler, I apologize.
That's okay. I wanted to say thank you so much. The direction and just the input is incredible. I did want to make one comment last time I was here. Representative Hicks asked me a very direct question to send letters and coordinate and try and discuss the importance of the PL 566 watershed program. I have done that. I have also have a template to give a testimony, and I'm going to submit that on the 10th. Just wanted to update you.
Thank you for doing that, Tyler. And imagine Senator Hicks having a direct question. Shocking. So. All right. Okay, so thank you very much. And Director, then we'll go ahead and Tyler, again, thanks. And we're looking for a motion and you can make whatever motion you like. I'm looking to my vice chair.
At the risk of being chastised when I get home. Madam Chair, I move we accept the recommendation of the director to not fund this study at this time.
So we have a motion by Vice Chair Craig. Do we have a second?
Second.
and a second by Secretary Choma. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? So Commissioner Pince and Commissioner Kayler are both no's. Is that correct? Any others I missed? No? Okay. So the motion passes. Thank you. Since it's 10:15, maybe we'll take a quick break because we're kind of moving along quickly. How about if we take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:25? I know we're not good at regathering, so try hard. Unless you think it's better to finish off, but let's go ahead and take a break.
This stupid thing timed out.
Great. Oh, okay, we'll give everyone a minute to reconvene and then we'll start fresh. Okay. Looks like we reconvene. So, Director, we will go on to do the level 1 reconnaissance project, rehabilitation. I think we're at Pioneer Canal Lake Hattie. So if you want to go ahead and start with us, that'd be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If that sponsor representative's here, they can come on up for Pioneer. Thank you. I'm not doing a very good job of probably telling everybody where we are in the e-notebook, but hopefully everybody's keeping up. We're on page 104 now. So my understanding is the last water master plan that the Pioneer Canal Hattie Irrigation District has had is in 1991, so 35 years ago, roughly, and made several repairs and replacements and suggested improvements from that. Just trying to understand where things are, and some of the improvements that were made 35 years ago are now getting to be somewhat aged. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to the sponsor to introduce himself and answer any questions.
Thank you, Director.
Madam Chairman, Jay Talbot.
Welcome, Mr. Talbot.
Yep, Cody couldn't make it today, so they sent me. I don't know what to tell you other than the structures are becoming aged. We'd like to get in some checks on some corners. The biggest concern is probably our Lake Hattie irrigation inlet on the Little Laramie. There's also a corner underneath the Highway 230 where our canal comes in that we'd like to get fixed. Mostly it's aging infrastructure and we'd like to know where to go.
Thank you, Mr. Talbot, for coming down. We appreciate you taking the time to come down. I did have a question. Just could you give us a little bit of the information? I know that there was a lawsuit going on. Could you just give us a description of what's happening, where we're at on that?
It's back in court again. We have won it twice. It's been appealed twice to the appellate court in Denver. It's been remanded back to Judge Scavdahl in Casper, and we're going to go through that all again in about 3 months, I think.
Could you just describe what the primary issue is in the lawsuit?
The issue is that they can't determine the fill line on Lake Hattie. And it has to do, there's lots of issues. We believe that it's an issue that the BLM, when they sold the cabin plots, didn't take into account the fill line on the reservoir and sold the property lines below that fill line. So we're arguing about where the fill line is on Lake Hattie.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. How many people were sold cabins on Lake Hattie? I mean, how many how many are involved in this suit?
Close to 40 lots, but we've only had issues with probably a half a dozen of them.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. And can you, Director, or I'm not sure who the best person is to explain to me, just to finish my question, is how does that impact the master plan?
Madam Chair, we recognize there's, I guess, ongoing litigation. So if you see in our recommendation in that second paragraph, we are going to make sure we stay out of that, and we're not going to make any specific operational strategy. We're not going to look at the operations, I guess, of Lake Hattie itself, considering that's part of this litigation.
Just to clarify, Madam Chairman, there's basically two separate systems. Okay, we have the Pioneer Canal runs as surface water, and that is the aging infrastructure mostly. The Little Laramie diversion diverts water into Lake Hattie, which goes, we have the Pioneer Canal and the North Canal. They're basically separate systems. There is a point where we can combine them. So most of the work would be on the Pioneer Canal system, which is the surface water.
Thank you, Mr. Talbot. I appreciate you helping us out. Are there other questions from the commission or Select Water? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, so just walking through the time frame for all this happening, because I know you've in your write-up here, you've prioritized, you have major concerns with your diversion structure. And the question I have here that, you know, just for the time frame for this, so if the commission approves this, this will move forward as a recommendation in the omnibus water bill. That then goes to the legislature in 2025. If that comes through, which most likely is part of that bill, it would be passed. Then that gives the commission the authority to go ahead and interview for consultants. A selection that goes on through the process. Once that's done, which is be the summer of 2025, then the study would commence. And so typically these type of master plans last how long, Director? 18 months?
Yeah.
So, so then you're out to 27 that you would actually apply at the earliest for any potential improvements identified in the master plan. So that goes back into the omnibus water bill. And so once that goes into the omnibus water bill, as part of a level 3 study to actually do the rehab, then in 2028, you go through again, you might hire the same consulting firm to do the final designs and all of that stuff. So most likely, if you have a diversion problem, what I'm trying to get at here is it's probably going to be 2029 if you go through the study before you're actually going to be doing any construction. And so if you have some real concerns and potential failing infrastructure, you may
don't
want to
think that it-
consider that as a different project going forward. But
Right,
just so
and-
you understand the timeframes.
I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Talbot. Any further questions or comments? Okay, thanks for coming down to talk to us. We appreciate your time, Mr. Talbot. Seeing nothing else, Director, then I guess we just need a motion to approve the level 1 reconnaissance project for the Pioneer Canal. Looking at you, Mr. Commissioner Pins. Do we have a motion to approve the level 1 reconnaissance project? Commissioner Cott?
I make a motion to approve the level 1 reconnaissance project for the Pioneer Canal Lake Hattie Master Plan.
Do I have a second? Okay, moved by Commissioner Cott, seconded by Commissioner Lawson. Thank you. Any discussion? Any concerns? Okay. Seeing none, I will call all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the Smiths Fork ID Master Plan Level 1. Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think DeMont Grandy's out in the crowd if he wants to make his way up here. So this is a similar situation to what we just talked about. In 1990, the SCS did a water conservation study. So it's been 35 years since their system's been looked at, and they just want an update on where things are, priorities, what might need to be fixed up. So I'll hand it over to DeMont.
Appreciate
Welcome here, Mr. Demont.
appreciate you having taken the
Mr.
time.
Brandy.
I think I have a commissioner that for the Smiths Fork Irrigation District's online with us. Is that? could that
Eve,
be
you see
better?
him?
Sam Benyon on the line? Okay.
Hey, Mr. Grandy and Mr. Benyon, welcome here. Thank you for appearing for us, and we'll go ahead and let you.
Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, commissioners. Many of I've known over the years, and many of the senators and representatives I know here today. It seems like I'm over here quite often wandering around where I work with the city a lot, the town of Cokeville. This Commissioner Benyon wanted me to present our situation over there. I'm work for the Lincoln Conservation District and actually working for the NRCS or SCS at the time when the first study was done. I've been working in Lincoln County since '81, so very aware of the Covey and Mile canals. We have a situation over there where we need to get more water through and into the canal. One of our biggest worries that we have is that the Smiths Fork water, we can't get double our appropriation. We can just get 71 CFS into the canals right now. there's a big push to gather up all water within the Bear River. And we could lose our supplemental water right during the early spring when we have flood flows in our river there in the Smiths Fork. This is critical because it seems like I've been working with many people over the years to get a dam built up the Smiths Fork. That has totally not proven able to be accomplished because of environmental concerns. Should have been done 50, 60 years ago when we didn't have so many environmental hoops to leap through. But this supplemental water, double the appropriation when the water's available in the river, is very important to ranchers. It's really hard to irrigate, flood irrigate 1 acre, 70 acres with 1 CFS. If you've ever tried to flood irrigate, which my whole life has been involved with irrigations, yeah, you've got to have at least 2. And that's really important in the early spring of the year to have that water so you can at least get 1 good crop of grain, hay, pasture, whatever, because that really sets the tone for your whole growing season for you. So we want to look at the canal. They didn't look at that a lot in the original SES survey, but we would like to see if the canal could be enlarged, where it could be enlarged. It doesn't necessarily have to be enlarged to carry 150 CFS out to the end, because people can use the water all the way through. And so that's one of the big things that we want to look at. We want to look at repairing some infrastructure. We have some infrastructure we've done through the old, when we did the 1990 studies. The Smiths Fork irrigation diversion was put in. Expensive project, about $350,000. The poor ranchers are still paying for it. It was a 50-50 deal, but I think in a few more years they'll have that finally paid off. We did put some flumes in, measuring devices, so we knew how much water was coming down the Covey and the Mile Canal. And so there has been work on it. The biggest infrastructure I'm worried about right now is what they call the Covey siphon that siphons water across the sublet, not the Covey, the sublet siphon, which takes Covey water across the sublet river there. That's more of a small stream, not real small, but that is was built in the 50s. It was made of steel. I know they were out there doing some work on it this spring. They say that's paper thin. That Covey siphon, I mean the sublet siphon goals were in bad shape. We'd lose about half of the producers would lose their water. Now in 1990s, we did put in cathodic protection on it, but you know, things do wear out. And so that's not going to be that much helpful in the future. We have people that would help us put in improvements on the canal. We also want to look at seepage issues on the canal. A lot of ranchers feel like there's problems with seepage. There is. We figure we lose 15 to 20% of our water in the canal due to seepage. The old SCS study recommending that we put it in a pipeline. Well, that's crazy today to do that. It's 12 miles long. We have a 48-inch pipeline, 30, whatever it comes to would be just absolutely astronomical. We don't grow corn and string beans or whatever, tomatoes over there. We're just a hay and small grain operators. So we want to look at the seepage issues in certain aspects of the canal, see if there could be a new technology come in where we could change, where we could help curb the seepage on the canal. And so we got that issue we'd like to do the study on. And then we also would like to see some type of water measuring devices on the canal to the different ranches that are kind of uniform. So the water master would maybe have some type of pin device or something, but there's got to be some new technology out there for water measuring devices that we want to look at. Sam, did I cover it all?
Mr. Benyon? Can't hear you, Mr. Benyon.
That's not him there.
Yeah, we're just trying to unmute him.
Is he unmuted, Eve? Okay, we just want to welcome you, Mr. Benyon. Can you hear us? We can't hear you, Mr. Benyon. Do you want to see if your mic is on?
Sam, is your mic on?
We showed on this side.
I know when I just phoned him recently, Madam Chairman, that he's having problems hearing me, so I don't know what the issue would be.
All right,
But
Director,
Madam, I'd say Demont probably did a pretty good job.
if
reviewing
you've got
it, so.
questions, I'll try to answer. I'm intimately aware of there. I was the district conservationist there for 33 years. So I've been on the canal. My boys have sprayed the canal and worked for them. It does, I'd like to see something done. And I especially do not want to lose our supplemental water right when we have it to the downstream people into Utah. They'd love to keep it. They've
Sure.
got lots of storage in Utah in Bear Lake and all the reservoirs. So if they just pinned us down and said, hey, you haven't been using that, we'll pin you down to your 71 CFS. It's a real disadvantage to producers in our part of the world.
well, we appreciate you coming down. And so thank you for your trip down and for your explanation for us as well. Do I have some questions or comments? Senator
Chair.
Hicks?
So Demont, known you for a long time and you've always done fantastic work over there, but a question, you heard the kind of the time frame. If we do the level 1 study, really there's most likely no construction going to happen until 2028 if you were lucky going through our normal level 1 study process, level 2, level 3 funding, legislative. The question, and it's also for you, Director, and for the commission, is just, so if we approve the study and they've identified the Covey siphon, I believe you said is.
The Covey and Mao canals are kind of interrelated.
Yeah, and so would it preclude somebody that was participating in a level 1 study then to come back and say, well, we have something that's kind of, we need to address now, given the time frame before there may be construction money for this. And even if they wanted to come back, say, small water project program, if it was within the financial means to do that, would that be an eligible project, even though we hadn't completed the level 1 study on that, to be able to participate through the small water project program to start some of these things they've already identified as critical or very high priority? How would that be received to say we've started a master plan, but we've got one of those projects that we know we need to replace probably before we get construction funding 3 or 4 years down the road and applied for small water? Would that be received as they recommend to go ahead and fund that, even though it hadn't been completed?
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, there was a pretty lengthy list of things they want to look at, that being one of them. So I could see it playing out where that was a first priority type of thing when they got into their master plan. Obviously, Demont works for the Conservation District. A lot of small water projects come through the Conservation District. So maybe there can be some pre-planning through the Conservation District in advance of the master plan to get into the small water program next year. So I think there's a number of avenues that could take place. It wouldn't necessarily need to be hinging on the master plan being complete, in my opinion.
All right.
And hopefully, Senator Hicks, we would, Madam Chairman, we're going to try to cobble that together as much as we can to keep it going. That is a big concern of mine. Yeah, that's the biggest infrastructure problem. We want to see that pipeline a little bigger, of course. It's only 36 inches now. And yeah, just to keep people happy there. We do have a good partner with us in the Smith Fork Irrigation District. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has water rights south of the Covey, and I think Mount Canal too. So they can help be a partner to this and provide help with the funding.
So, Madam Chairman, so Devon, under that, because those applications for funding with small water would be due this November for actually go to construction next year in 2025. They're a maximum of $35,000 or 50% of the project. But is that something that with all your other potential funding sources, you know, through U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the district, be able to cover that cost or not?
I don't think so. This is a large siphon.
It's big.
It's big, probably a half a mile, or maybe 3/8 of a mile. It's a huge thing.
Okay.
And so it's going to take some water development office, bigger monies.
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, hundreds of thousands, but we would have to dig up the partners too. That's the problem, Senator Hickson, Madam Chairman. When you got a big project like that, you gotta really, it takes years to get everybody on board, get the money acquired, everything.
Thank you.
But we do need the study and, know how much money it's gonna cost, because everybody's interested in that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Grandy and Mr. Benyon. We appreciate you attending online. Director, any further comments before any comments from the commission? Any other questions? Commissioner
Chairman.
Cott?
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
I had a question for, what is that siphon made of? Is it concrete or
It's still,
steel?
yeah, it's old. Yeah, it's not a good siphon. Well, it's good in its day. I mean, it served the purpose, but
Do you think it's leaking then, or?
they go in and fix it, weld it and things. That we put a maintenance on it. It's holding this year. So we hope everything will be fine there. It's not the end of the world. I mean, but
Is, or have you looked at any type of lining for that steel?
that's something we would like to study to address. That might be a possibility, Commissioner, that's something but I think what we would like to see done is maybe have that thing enlarged a little bit. Because when they developed it, I don't think they realized that they need to have access to supplemental water when it's available. I think that thing's just designed to give them their water right. And I know the Fish and Wildlife Service like that extra water during the early spring, because they're wetlands. That's why that was created out there, Cokeville.
So your diameter of that line today is what, did you say 48?
36 inches.
36, and you want to go to,
I would like to see 48, maybe 52. We'll have to see, but 48, I think would be pretty reasonable. But
have you
that's the line.
considered a ditch, or you can't use a ditch in this particular thing because of the siphon?
Yeah, it's a inverted siphon.
Mhm.
Drops off, goes down through the valley and comes up and pumps
yeah.
in the canal.
All right, thank you for your answers. Appreciate
Commissioner
it.
Cott, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Demont, one is, went on the tour over there, and it was impressive on how well operated that district is and implementing all the projects from the previous plan and keeping on top of the maintenance. I think that district is very impressive. You bring up the Bear River, and I assume that you'd like to see this study kind of address some of those Bear River issues, like the demand. I mean, that's out of state demand on the Bear River and how that's affecting you, and just talk a little bit more about that.
Todd, there is a Bear River Regional Commission over there. They keep pretty good track on how much water Smith's Fork is. That's one of their main sources of water. It's Smith's Fork River coming out of Wyoming. They seem to want it all. They leave us very little water to divide with the ranchers in Wyoming and take it into Idaho and Utah. So no, I don't think we need to study that commission. We couldn't change it too much anyway. Commissioner.
And Madam Chairman, just to follow up on this, and this is to the director, of course, we hear a lot about the Colorado River. We don't hear quite as much about the Bear River. I assume the state engineer's office is staying on top of that, and any threats that could, hamper Cokeville's irrigation district are being, we're watching those closely. Is that correct?
Yeah. The superintendent over there, Kevin Payne, I think keeps good track of that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We're lucky to have Kevin in Cokeville. He's superintendent of Erie Ford.
Great. Any further questions? Commissioner Kaylee?
Yes, I got a question. I saw that your district serves about 5,000 acres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many families or people?
What's
Is it? How many families or people?
There's 30 ag producers that use the water.
Okay. And then I noticed that the current assessment is $6.85 per acre. I think that's pretty good for a gallon of gas these days, but so water, that's great.
Well, it's true. You got to understand what the crops we can grow, which I mentioned before. You're dealing with hay and small grains and pasture, and the ranches over there, I don't know if you want to call them paw operations, but we don't have huge ranches, so people have limited funding that's running them. And so they keep expenses almost to the point that I can't figure out how to get everything paid for, but we do it. But I'm sure we can increase that a little bit. That is probably one of the lower assessed values in Wyoming. So, but I'm just saying that that's an important thing over there, because you just don't have huge crops to pay things off, but basically cattle and sheep operations. That's what it is.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I would just add that the master plan is going to look at all that stuff and the rates they're paying and what potential federal funding sources are out there. And if those sources match up with, say, the siphon, what information they might need to apply for those different sources and all that stuff.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Any further questions? Okay, so thank you again for coming down, Mr. Grandy, and Director Mead, any further comments? No? Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, then I would look for a motion to approve the Smiths Fork ID Master Plan Level 1.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Choma.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the director's recommendation to approve funding for the Smiths Fork Irrigation District Master Plan.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Choma, a second by Commissioner Kaylee. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. That motion is carried. Thank you again for coming down, Mr.
Thank you,
Grandy.
Commissioner.
Okay, we're going to move on next to the Wheatland ID Master Plan Level 1. Director Mead, we'll start with you.
Yep, Madam Chair. So they've had a master plan completed in 2011. They've completed a massive amount of projects since then. So with that, the completion of those projects, and I think some of the new challenges they're facing, they're looking for an updated master plan to understand the system and where the concerns are now. So I'll hand it over to Nathan Graves with the Wheatland Irrigation District.
Welcome. Is it Nathan Graves?
Madam Chair, yes, Nathan
you.
Graves.
Nice. Welcome here. Go ahead.
As Madam Chair, as Director Mead spoke, we've recently had our last master plan in 2011, and we've completed roughly 215 of the top 450 projects since that time. And we would like to reprioritize the remaining projects that haven't been addressed, as well as any new challenges to our system. And secondly, part of our goal of the result of this master plan would be to how to maximize efficiency with our system. Currently, right now, we have to have at least 150 CFS of orders to turn our system on to make it not waste all the water. So our goal would be to half that or even reduce that to even less, to maybe 50 or 75 CFS to be able to satisfy the wide variety of crop growers we have in our county and our system.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. And for coming down from Wheatland. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Any questions from the commission? Any commission select water?
The,
Oh, wait, Commissioner Cott, go ahead.
yes, thank you, for coming down. One of the things, I guess you mentioned new challenges. What are some of the new challenges you see over there in your district? And
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cotton, it's just the evolving shape of farming in the future. We've got fewer farmers, and we have to kind of not follow the same mindset we had 140 years ago, and trying to have a better system where it's more automated, technology wise, better measurements on our system, just so we can refine that and use our limited resources and not have more waste.
And Madam Chairman, just a couple follow-up questions is, and you're like the third largest irrigation district in the state, is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cott, yes, we're the largest privately owned. We don't have any assistance from the USBR. Yes, so we're probably we have 54,000 adjudicated acres, and yeah, we're behind Midvale and Goshen, but we're probably the third.
And quite a large district that extends over almost to Arlington, as I understand. Is that correct?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, yes, it starts at Sand Lake and goes through the Laramie River, and the delivery is 50, 60 miles to where it's actually used in the Wheatland Flats.
So it's understandable the challenges on efficiency and managing such a widespread district and the multiple demands and types of demands you have on that system. I did visit it with you and went on the tour, and it was it's obvious it was very well managed, and we appreciate your coming down, and I understand the need. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Crott, thank you.
Commissioner Craig?
Madam Chair, I have a little clarification. Something just jumped out at me when you mentioned 60 miles. Am I hearing 60 miles of open ditch until you actually deliver water? Is that what I understood you to say?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Craig, yes, it's open channel for the most part. A lot of it's lined, a lot of it's not. It's yeah, the efficiency from delivering at that 60 miles from what we call our Ringsby Ranch in Arlington and McFadden, the losses are tremendous, but we don't really rely on all that. It would be our main source of water is our direct flow right on the Laramie River, and that's, it's coming from Laramie. So and it's stored in Reservoir 2, but that's still 30 miles, 40 miles from there to where it's actually used on the crops.
So you need 150 CFS of water orders to even be able to get the water levels up high enough in the canal to get the water out of a head gate. Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, that's correct. It's tremendous. The more orders you have, the efficiencies are a lot greater. So we still have loss. I mean, sometimes 15 to 20% in some canals. But if we were to go to try to turn on water right now at this instant with 50 feet of orders, we would lose probably 60, 70, 80% of that water just trying to soak the ditch up.
The study we were hoping would identify ways to reduce the losses before delivery. Is that correct? Is that a correct assumption?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, that's part of it. And then also having better monitoring and better remote ideas to remotely control. Is like right now, if we received an order change for 30 feet of water, we would have to physically send one of our ditch rider technicians up to the head gate, crank it down, and that takes 2 hours. We would like to have this level 1 study to maybe identify areas where, hey, you could use automation, and these are the automation techniques that you can use. So yeah, just general efficiency is the main goal.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Suker?
In your chart with your project description, I see the 5.5 million. Is that allocated for 24? And what does that contain if that is? What are we going to do with that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yeah, that's our repayment on the tunnel project we finished in 2022. So that's a continuing loan payment to Water Development.
Okay. So how much of that do you still owe on that item?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I believe we pay $93,000 a year for the next year.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the terms on that, but we've only paid 2 payments on that.
But you don't know the total amount that's what.
It's likely. No, I guess I can't get that nailed down to the dollar amount, but yeah, we've only
Just
paid.
Close. Is it a 10-year loan? What do we have here? 50?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, 50, and we've only begun, but we've got some other revenue sources in place that we could knock that down to shorten the term of the loan and pay that faster.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for coming down. And Director, any further comments before we go ahead? All right. So I would need a motion to approve the Wheatland ID Master Plan.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Kopp,
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Wheatland Master Plan.
and Commissioner Lawson is the second. So Commissioner Kopp, thank you for the motion. We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate you coming down. All right, the next item on the list is level 2 projects, dams and reservoirs. We are going to look at the Middle Paposia River storage feasibility.
So Madam Chair, while our sponsors head up, I'll just give you a quick explanation. So this is near Lander, and I think there's been a kind of a grassroots effort since about 2016 with the Healthy Rivers Initiative, which is made up of landowners, the city of Lander, Conservation District, a number of agencies, federal and state, that have been involved in that, and really trying to get a handle on, I guess, the lack of water in the Middle Paposia River. I think it covers really the entire Paposia River, but this particular study that they're asking for is the Middle Paposia, just experiencing water shortages and stream flow, which affects, of course, irrigation. It also affects recreation in town, water quality. So it's really a multi-purpose effort here, I think, to look at increasing storage to take care of that issue. And I think with that, I'll hand it over to you guys and you can explain or answer questions some more.
Thank you. If you could just introduce yourself clearly into the mic for the people listening online. And thanks for coming.
You're welcome. I'm Chairman, Commissioners, Legislators. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Doug Thompson. I'm currently on the Paposia Conservation District, former commissioner out of Fremont County, past history. This is Kelsey Beck. She is our Conservation District Director. And then Bobby Toman is our engineer. We share his services with Lower Wind out of Riverton. So we're here to answer your questions. I think the need was well stated. We have limited late season water. And what compounds that is this water is coming out of what I consider pretty inhospitable environment. It's like rock and it's above Lander in the mountains. So a lot of the remedies are more difficult, more costly. That does not mean that we have not tried to help ourselves. We recognize a number of losses in our conveyance system. I can personally speak about Enterprise because I am on that ditch now. We experience a 50% loss, and we have money that the state has provided that we entered in we were going to pipe the system. Then we ran into the federal government who moved our costs from about 610,000 to 2.1 million. So we've had to revamp that, but and then we have another project, significant $600,000 in piping a portion of the Enterprise system. And I think our history would prove that we are trying to help ourselves with conveyance, automated head gates, things that we can do to manage the current water, and with a vision of possible additional water through the result of this study, how to manage that in a professional and in a conservative manner. The director mentioned we have the Healthy Rivers Initiative, And this was developed in 2016. And we'd looked at other models around the West. I'm an irrigator, so my focus is water on my ground. But in this particular system, there are a number of users, people that would benefit from it. So the Healthy Rivers Initiative was formed to bring those entities together. One for support, financial, a lot of entities have funding sources, which I think that's Kelsey's probably prime job, is find out money for our next project. The irrigation component of this coalition is we have two watershed improvement districts, but we have 18 ditches pulling out of this system. So it's kind of an unorganized lot. And one of the efforts of the Healthy Rivers Initiative is kind of coalesce them either into one grand watershed improvement district, one irrigation district, and all of these have pluses and minuses, but with the idea of bringing them in. So that brings me back to the need for this study. When you're trying to bring irrigators who are ranchers and very independent and like to do things their way, when you're trying to coalesce that group, you have to show them the benefit and what's going to cost them. First question out of a ranch, well, I hear that pretty generally out of this group. So we need the options to present to this group of users so that we can make broad-based decisions that would benefit everyone, not just, one particular entity. I'd like to take a minute to address money, because I'm not one that likes to study stuff to be studying it, because you can put a lot of money in that. We recognize that. I think the way to, on this particular project, if you approve of it, that careful evaluation, and I think Bobby, as an engineer, can help us develop a scope of work that will present cost beneficial options rather than just study everything. I think people get sucked into this, study everything and give us all the answers. One of the Taylor Watershed Improvement District director, he said, there's a lot of things we can do, but they have to pencil out. And as ranchers, we understand it's got to pencil out. We can do a lot of things and put a lot of money in. So I think that way we can keep that cost to the state at what we need, not what would be grandiose and desirable. I think at that point, I would open for questions. Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you for coming down and giving us that explanation. Kelsey or Bobby, do you have anything you want to add?
That covered it.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Doug. Any questions from the commission? From Select Water? Obviously, you satisfied them with all of your helpful information. So,
Madam Chair, I do have one.
okay, Commissioner Zucker.
In your conversation, you indicate that you would like to regionalize your irrigation districts. Is that correct?
I think that's would be a beneficial option, because at some point we're going to get to level 3. And I can guarantee Enterprise and Taylor do not have enough funding to, pay for everything. So we need to bring them in some fashion. As I understand it, there's quite a few legal ways of, I guess, binding them to us in a happy group that would address. I use that, knowing ranchers, that's probably yeah, certainly Senator Hicks. But yes, it would be nice to do that. Knowing the parties involved, it would be a pretty difficult coalition, but I think there are ways we can bring them in, not only to utilize what we have and what we're gaining through our efforts right now, but any additional water, we can, kind of dangle that as a carrot. You want to play, join up. So, that's part of this envision strategy, but I understand that would be the very best solution. Getting there was probably be a little more difficult, to be honest with you.
So, with that said, are these other entities a legal entity today?
They are not. That is the reason that the two watershed improvement districts are the sponsor, but recognize there are a number of other irrigation ditch companies involved in this. And that's part of the Healthy Rivers Initiative. We've made a concerted effort to meet with all of them individually and as a group to see if they would be interested in forming either an irrigation district, watershed improvement district, or a grand regional one. I've found ranchers don't give up what they have really easily unless they see a benefit. So that goes back to the need to have some clear options to say, okay, this is where we would like to go. Would be your benefit, sign on the dotted line in essence.
So you think that this study will allow you or anticipate that you can get to a regionalization? Do you think the study would do that, or is it up to you guys to get together and get it done prior to?
Well,
Work on it? Or they want to see, I guess they want to see a carrot. Is that right?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner, we can't keep kicking the can down the road. And so somebody's got to step up and I think this Healthy Rivers Initiative has kind of become the focal point for these efforts. I know who we're dealing with, so I can't sit here today and say, yes, we will have every irrigation district ditch on the future of this, but we have to have options for them to consider and a benefit for them. People don't change just to change. They change because of a benefit. So I guess that's what I'm trying to convey.
Yeah, and I think you're on the right track. If you can do that, that's all. It should be more economical for everyone.
Right.
Whenever you can get that proceeded, but I'm not sure that this thing here that we're going to do for you is going to help it, but maybe it'll allow outline of what some of that could be beneficial to them for. So I think you're on the right track. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I might just add, kind of give an idea of what this study might look like. This is my previous / current life with dams and reservoirs, but I think Doug's exactly right. We need to, first we need to figure out what's the need, what's the purpose of what we're looking at here. And, there's a lot of partnerships that have been put together as part of this Healthy Rivers Initiative. So it's not just ag, but it's also potential future municipal water and potential future municipal regionalization that's being looked at with Hudson or other entities. So getting a handle on that first is one thing, and then putting together, really it comes down to a lot of modeling. There's been modeling done in the past, but it hasn't incorporated water rights. It's more kind of water balance. So understanding where the needs are, where the available water is, and then, to get something permitted as far as a new reservoir, an enlargement to Worthen Meadows, whatever it might look like, we have to be unbiased when we look at that, but we also have to look at a reasonable range of alternatives, because eventually we're going to be dealing with federal agencies and permits and all the things that we've gone through with Levitt Reservoir, for example. So we're going to have lots of meetings with the public to present information, and it's going to be kind of stepwise as we go through it, understanding what people's issues are. Part of that modeling would look at, what if we increased efficiencies, putting ditch into pipe or sprinklers, application efficiencies, and how does that compare with storage. And so I think along the way, we're going to be able to provide some of that information on benefits and costs. And when we get to the end of this, we will, at least this first study, we'll have an understanding of what need is there. Is there water available to put that into a bucket somewhere? How would that look? Who would need to get on board? Who's it going to benefit? And then it's back in, and hopefully these people that, might not be on board right now will at least have more information at that point, and we can then determine who is interested in moving forward. And knowing some of the difficulties we've encountered with Alkali Creek, making maybe more of a concerted effort to make sure of that before we move forward. So I think it'll be a good study. It'll provide a lot of information to the local folks, and we'll get a better feel for that.
Thank you. I see that Speaker Summers has a question, so go ahead.
Hi, this question's for Doug. First of all, Doug, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. There's a fairly disparate difference between the assessment rates between the two improvement districts. Could you just give me a brief, just talk about that briefly? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chairman, the reason the Enterprise Watershed Improvement District is quite a bit higher is we received money to, it started off being piping the water in it's called a sawmill project. When we ran into all of the federal requirements, it moved that out, but we had started the process, and the county assessor is putting that, that repayment of that amount on people's bills. So the Watershed Improvement District is for that project. We are in the process, and I rewrote both bylaws between the ditch company and the Watershed Improvement District. And we're in the discussion of possibly moving operations and maintenance into that, which will change that because the ditch companies have an assessment. So we're looking at that. Now, Taylor is significantly less because they're just doing operations and maintenance. They have no big project that they're assessing for. I hope that answers the question. Okay.
Great, thank you. And I think Senator Hicks had a question as well.
Yeah, Doug, and so I've been looking at this, and so I'm assuming Fry Lake and both the Northern Meadow Reservoir are both on U.S. Forest Service land.
Yes.
So who currently owns those facilities? Is it through an easement or fee title to the site?
Madam Chairman, Senator, Lander, City of Lander owns Northern Meadows Reservoir. The Enterprise Irrigation and Power Company own Fry Lake. Enterprise has first draw on the whole system, so we take ours off first.
So the question, Doug, is did they own the dam or did they own the land? So it's
special use permit.
So is it just the water rights that they own and the dam, but not the land on or underneath the reservoir or around it?
I believe that's it. They're under a special use permit with the Forest Service, and so yeah, getting ownership of federal land is problematic.
Well, but I think that's something that
Yeah.
ought to be considered.
Right.
They can do some transfers or acquisitions. And it gets to one of your earlier comments. It just makes things so much simple, and land exchanges or something that should be looked at as a part of the level 2. That needs to be really addressed, because that's probably going to be the Achilles heel of trying to do any enlargement.
Mm-hmm. We do have a letter of support from the Forest Service, and we've been working with them. Enterprise itself ran into a huge problem with having to do extensive NEPA, and then we couldn't get any material near the ditch. So it would have to been hauled in truckloads up the switchbacks from Lander, which very expensive. So we've revamped our project to get it done, hopefully with either a CX or a DA rather than full EIS. So I know money, money's not, unlimited. We are currently pursuing PL 566 funding, federal funding. And when Jason and his staff were up there, that subject was brought up. That is a very elusive pot of gold. However, if it would gel for this, we discussed a way of backfilling some of the costs of this study to the state. That's right now, it's, to be honest, pie in the sky, because that PL 566 is, we started off trying to get it for our sawmill project for enterprise. We've had intervening people that would like what we consider was our money to start with. The tribes have intervened. They have projects, and City of Lander has intervened. So, but we did discuss, and I'm not an expert on how all this money moves in the programs, but I think there was a favorable opinion of, if that's possible, rolling into some of the the third level projects, that we could, kind of repay some of that. So that's on the table. I'm not guaranteeing anything there, because these government programs are complex, just like our irrigation system, complex, but we're trying the best to benefit all the users.
Might add to that real quick, Madam Chair. So yeah, they have an NRCS. It's a WFPO, Watershed Flood Prevention Operation Program, through NRCS application. And I don't think NRCS is getting the funding they've gotten in the past this year, and it's unknown exactly what's going to come next year. So having a little bit of experience with that program, the first thing they're going to do is a feasibility report to understand if they want to move forward with the project. And then they get into watershed planning, which is their version of NEPA. So what we would propose with this study is going to tie in directly with what they're going to eventually need with NEPA. But I've also had some discussions with federal agencies in regards to timing. And if they were unsuccessful this year, which it's sounding like most likely that's going to be the case, but they got funding next year through PL 566, there may be some ability to more or less reimburse the consultant that we have on board for this study, because it's going to be information that's going to be needed for the NRCS program as well. So there's a potential there too. And that's, I think, what Doug was mentioning. And then, of course, into the future, if something were to move forward, there's also construction funding potentially available through that program. So it's good to get into it as soon as we can.
Yeah, I just, I want to make the point that as part of the level 2 study, we start the discussions right away with Forest Service about getting away from a special use permit and maybe land exchanges. It will simplify your life so much, not just now, but for the next 100 years. And so, but that should be part of the analysis, and get upfront early with those discussions. And I know the director and myself have some experience with this on a PL 566 and another project that we're working on, but that's really going to be one of the things that could really make this project go much smoother.
And I might just add to that, Madam Chair. Looking at a land exchange versus a special use permit does not circumvent anything with NEPA or the environmental impacts or anything like that. You go through the same exact process, probably even more thorough. What it does do is special use permits are not perpetual. And so you're into renegotiating them every 30 years, or if you're yeah. And not knowing what the environment that you're going to be negotiating in is going to be in the future, I think, is one of the bigger benefits of that. But I just wanted to make the point. It doesn't shorten the NEPA process. We still look at all the potential impacts, mitigation, everything else. I know that's been kind of misconstrued in the past sometimes. So.
Great. Thank you for that information, Director. And then Commissioner Cott.
Yes, and this question is to Doug and maybe to the director. And obviously there is a water shortage that exists and maybe is growing. And so we're trying to find a solution to that, and modifying some dams could be a solution. Now, Director, you did mention that this study would look at other methods of trying to alleviate this study. Is that or this shortage? Is that correct? And so, I mean, we're kind of running away. We're doing this dam reconstruction, and that's what we're doing. But are we looking at other means of addressing the shortage? I mean, dams are expensive. Other means may be cheaper. So would you just talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Cott, as part of the NEPA process, again, everything when you get to wanting to permit something, whatever that preferable alternative or least environmentally damaging practicable alternative in Corps of Engineer terms, we will have had to look at conservation also. So as part of our modeling is where we do a lot of that, where we look at the conveyance efficiencies and the application efficiencies. And if you improve those by putting ditches into pipe or flood into sprinkler, how does that alleviate some of the shortages as well? But most of the time, and not being pre-decisional here, but having gone through these a few times, one, the water is there in the spring. You can't make water in July and August. Either it's there or it isn't. So somehow you have to hold it up. And if you get so conservative with your irrigation practices, that shorts the stream even that much further because it reduces return flows and it exacerbates the problem. When you get into that situation, you almost have to have a reservoir to then mitigate the impacts of being overly conservative. So in regards to the costs, to typically when you're looking at the shortages on a scale we're looking at, and the available funding out there to put ditch into pipe, some of that's eligible, but on-farm sprinklers and conservation on farm, we don't fund that, right? So then you have to look to federal programs and what's available and how competitive is that. And to be able to address the volumes of shortages that we're looking at, it would take years and years and years, to get that conservation on the ground to make up, what you would make up with, say, a reservoir. So I don't know that there's the assistance programs in place to necessarily make that affordable, but all things we look at.
Madam Chairman, just a follow up on that. I mean, it's good to hear. I mean, I've been on this board for a little while, and most dam projects have had very interesting financial issues attached to them, and it's hard to cross that line. So that these other things that may be difficult also, I mean, get an equal look. I guess that's my point. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner, I just want to reinforce, we are pursuing all steps, to improve the whole system. We see some ways we could improve it up at the source at the beginning, and stored water is great, but that doesn't mean all our eggs in that basket. And so I can give you an example on the Enterprise coming into our place. The water was running down a draw, we're losing half of it. So, and this was self-funded, the users in that area as a subdivision. We, funded a pipeline, okay, comes out of the ditch, goes into this pipe, ends up right at the edge of our, everybody's stuff, and it's divided right there. And water in the pipeline doesn't go anywhere except down the pipe. So we understand that, and what we can do our own selves to improve, we're all in. And I think that's Kelsey's, her, we nag her all the time. Are we doing enough to help our irrigators? Thank you.
Go ahead, Kelsey. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioner. I just wanted to add too, we do actually have a regional conservation partnership program with NRCS specific to irrigation conveyance systems, and that is for $1 million. So we have a pot of money locally just for our local ditch companies within this Paposia watershed for that same thing of looking at prioritizing and getting these conveyance system improvements completed. So this is a renewal of our RCP. We had $1 million the last 5 years that we used up. And now we renewed that again and are looking specifically now just at irrigation conveyance in addition to small water project. Now that we have an engineer on staff, which I'm excited about and was always jealous about, Senator Hicks's district, we can actually have designs and plans to help our constituents with small water projects, which we're using on some of these ditch systems. And we're actually excited to install a automatic head gate on one of these ditch systems this year, which will be a pilot project for us and hopefully get other ditches on board. And we're looking at remote measurements and devices throughout the ditch system so folks know what we're using and how it's working, and everyone's working kind of in this collaborative shared management approach. So there's a lot of smaller things going on behind the scenes in the watershed collectively that address a lot of these things that you mentioned today, but there's still always work to be done. So thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey, for that explanation, and glad you did find one non-elusive pot of gold. Okay, any further questions? We do appreciate you driving all the way down. It's a long drive, so we thank you all for coming. Director, any further comments? Okay. All right. Again, thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right. With that, we would need a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Middle Paposia River Storage Feasibility Study.
Second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Pence, seconded by Commissioner Kaylee. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. That motion is carried. Thank you for coming. Continue. Good luck. Okay. All right, so the next item is the UW Water Research Program. And do we have, is he online? Great. Okay, great care. And then this is an action item also for Select Water. So I just wanted to mention that for our Zoom attendees and for those present here with Select Water. So we'll go ahead and Director Mead, you want to introduce Greg?
Madam Chair, I'm just going to hand it directly over to Greg. So go ahead, Greg.
Hopefully everyone can hear me.
We can hear you. Welcome.
Great. Madam Chairman, Commission, members of the Select Water Committee, my name is Greg Kerr. I'm the Director of the Office of Water Programs at the University of Wyoming. Good to see everyone and hear you. In April, our 8-member Water Research Program Advisory Committee met to review and develop the fiscal year 2025 request for proposals that will go to the University of Wyoming research faculty and also staff members. I wanted to refer you to your notebooks, and specifically starting on the second line to kind of give you a little overview of what we request of proposers to the program. It says each proposal shall include a brief, non-technical summary of relevance that describes in layman's terms, meaning we want to know what you're doing so most people can understand it. We don't want a statement that involves formulas or equations, but tell us what you're doing. How the study results could be used by government agencies, and this should also include consulting and the public in the management of Wyoming's water resources. Secondly, how this proposal will meet the research needs of state and federal agencies regarding Wyoming's water resources, including how this new proposal does not duplicate previous Office of Water Programs, WRP research. We don't want a duplication of projects that we've had in the past. We'd like projects that add on to previous work or give us new information on work, but we don't want duplication. Thirdly, how this proposal will support water-related training and education, important to the program. All projects must involve the training of young scientists to move forward into water field areas. Hopefully they can replace old timers like me eventually and move on looking at water issues in the state of Wyoming. And then finally, specifically, we want them to tell us how the technology transfer will occur. How do you get the word out? What are the results of your project? And who is the beneficiaries of those in forms of publications, presentations around the state? How do you plan to accomplish that? So with our RFP, our advisory committee has 6 main topics of interest. Numerous subcategories are within those. And also, we have diverse topics. Reasons for that are we would like to get proposals in a variety of areas so that they can be evaluated, reviewed, and we can select good projects from those proposals. Some of these topics, as you can see, mention the need for information in the Upper Colorado River Basin. As we all know, important issues are in there and we wanted to look at those. Some of these have been, the main topics have been eliminated. Actually, one topic has been eliminated and a new topic added. But before you have the 6 main topics and subcategories, just for your consideration to move on to submit to the university researchers on campus. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that information. Do we have any questions with respect to it, Director Mead, or do we want him to go through the various projects? Just. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Greg, thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering why we're more government focused rather than, irrigators or how other people use water in the state, water users, or why we're not more focused, or at least have some indication that we're trying to serve the people of the state rather than maybe the agencies of the state. Could you explain that for me?
Sure. I think all of the information in these individual proposals and projects that we currently have 59 completed projects that are of very diverse nature, from groundwater, surface water, water quality. All of these affect the public and agriculture, specifically agriculture in the state of Wyoming. I had a few of the benefits and specific examples. This program originally developed consumptive use information that's used throughout the state, specifically in agriculture and through the state engineer's office in individual water right transfers. That component's been around for years. And one of the individuals at the state engineer's office uses that on a daily basis, working with agriculture and the public. I can go down the list of how things benefit. One of the important ones that I think Senator Hicks noted is that we funded a project that looked at a law professor that wrote a treatise on Wyoming water law. That was utilized by many entities within the state for agriculture, for various public entities, cities, and individuals to look at that treatise and utilize it. The former state engineer stated in a public forum that he wanted to use that treatise for a training manual in the state engineer's office. So we have many examples in the 59 projects that have been completed that benefit both agriculture, the public, and state agencies. A lot of those ideas come from state agencies, but they also come from the public that deal with those state agencies. So I think we kind of cover all of those bases.
Thank you. And I know that in the past you have, it's just those 4 bullet points in our request for proposals in the top of this document you provided to us doesn't really call any of that out. And I was just wondering why, because in the past we have seen the program a little broader than what I see in those bullet points now. And maybe that's just for this year. If you could just explain that, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, Madam Chair, this is an overall list, and it doesn't limit anyone from proposing on a topic that isn't even on this list. If someone has a researcher has an idea that he'd like to present, he's more than welcome to write a proposal and we can review that proposal. Each year we try to open up the RFP to cover different areas so that we can get different ideas that come in on various water resources ideas in the state.
Any other questions?
Madam Chairman,
Okay, Commissioner Suker.
I just, maybe this is a question for Jason, but are we not in the middle of a study for this area? And Jason, to reiterate that, are we studying the Green River? Haven't we already allowed a contract for something that's happening on the basin due to the fact of the lower Colorado? And that's my question. Are we doing it twice, or what's the advantage of putting money into the same entity if that's what we're doing? So that's a question actually for you, Jason. I think aren't we not doing that? Didn't we write a contract for the study on the basin?
Madam Chair, sorry, I'm preoccupied with
Sure.
something else, but if you're referencing like the Regional Conservation Partnership Program that we talked about yesterday and having all that funding, I apologize, I wasn't paying attention
Okay.
to exactly how this interacts. Go ahead. Come on in, Barry. Sit down. Oh,
Come on and join us, Barry.
Yeah.
That's right. Barry, we're listening to you for your answer. Are we already doing a study on the Green River basins? I guess Commissioner Suker's question.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Suker. Okay, I believe the study you're referring to is the conveyance loss study that we just inked the deal and signed the contract with Stantec. And that's just, we had 2 scoping meetings recently. Chase DeVelli is our project manager.
So my question, Mr. Gregg, is this part of this study that we're doing, how would you benefit that study and what you're doing, I guess? What would be your criteria to be different than what we're doing within the Water Development Commission study?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Suker, the study that you're referring to is only one aspect in the Green River Basin that would relate to the Colorado River. There are many areas that require studying, and that, as far as I know, is not on the main stem. There has been some conveyance loss work in the past on the main stem of the Green. But this projects that would be proposed on would not overlap with that study at all. They would be entirely different. And in our review process, if there was a proposal that looked at that area, it certainly wouldn't would be taken into consideration for funding. So.
Well, thank you. That was my concern. How much do we need to study this Green River Basin? I guess that was my concern. But if it's implemented as a different selection of study, then I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Kerr, just if you could just, I mean, I don't want to drag this meeting out, but just hit on the major topics here. I can read them but just give us just a brief overview of what the committee came up with. And I don't need, detail by detail, but just a broad overview of what the projects are or the topic areas that you're looking at.
Certainly, Madam Chairman. The first one that we have is investigating the hydrologic and physical effects of water shortage and conservation activities. This one in particular is brought about by a couple of the entities. One, the State Engineer's Office, in looking at issues that have come up in the Colorado River Basin and how these benefits. So if you look at the individual bullets, the Wyoming Colorado River Basin, which includes the Green and the Little Snake River, they would like to look at quantification of reduced depletions, conservation, various issues. And keep in mind, these are only ideas for proposals. They aren't specific. They're not like a contract that we're trying to get specifications met in a contract. These are ideas. Someone that's proposing may have a specific idea that's different than these, but these are the ideas that they could follow in looking at them. For instance, the consumptive use, how do we deal with various water conservation issues in the Green River? Water banking, it's an important issue. When we talk about water banking, there's not a whole lot of research that's available to refer to in looking at water banking. And this particular issue was looking at either water banking or an in-situation banking on the ground. The second one we've had in for quite a while is the protecting public health and waterborne pathogens, E. coli. It's a hot issue for DEQ. It's a hot issue for irrigation districts. It's a hot issue for the Wyoming Game and Fish all over the state of Wyoming, looking at those waterborne pathogens and also nutrients in looking at algal blooms. Every year, it seems to get worse and worse, the algal blooms and the toxins from those algal blooms, shutting down irrigation or specifically reservoirs, putting out health warnings for people to utilize those. Some livestock has been lost. Dogs have been lost because they've gotten into water that's been toxic from those blooms. And many areas within that, you can see the number of bullets. It seems like it's endless, the number of areas that can be looked at. So that topic is specifically for DEQ is a hot issue. A new one that we came up with this year, the committee came up with, was mine drainage analysis and characterization. There's issues with mine drainage. So specifically the State Engineer's Office and the DEQ are interested in information when we look at specific areas for these mine drainages. You know, what can they do as their management practices to help if there are areas that are being contaminated? The next one is dam operation and sediment management and transport. This has been an issue not only in one specific area that we've funded projects in the Willwood area, but also all over the state with sediment behind reservoirs, dams. Groundwater analysis and aquifer characterization. It's a big issue. The general need for information on groundwater. Certain areas have problems with mining of groundwater. How do we characterize what those areas are? Certainly possible areas are, how could we use groundwater as reservoirs? More research needed in all of those areas of aquifers. And then understanding and responding to future change in the hydrologic variability. This is an issue, seemed like throughout our committee, what are we needed in the future? There's prediction of droughts or drier areas, runoff becoming earlier. How do these things that we don't know about in the future, how do they affect individual drainage basins? How do they affect the sediment loads? How do they affect our irrigation when we have runoff earlier? How do we take advantage of those? And on the game and fishes area, how do we look at streams, not only water quality, but temperature wise and the amount of flow that are in individual streams and how that affects our fisheries? So those are all over the areas that we look at and how they came up with. That specifically on different areas mentions the Upper Colorado River Basin, because how do we look at drought situations and all of the things that we're dealing with in the Colorado River now, so we can have information when we come upon those, rather than trying to all of a sudden hurry up. We need a study to find out what some of this information is. Through these research studies, we try to come up with information ahead of time that can not only be used now, but some of it maybe down the road, years down the road. So that's an overview and an overhead view of our RFP.
Thank you, Director Kerr.
Thank you. Any more other further questions for Director Kerr? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Greg, don't have any questions, just a comment on the one on dealing with the investigating the hydrological and physical effects of water shortages and conservation activities. And so what I'm a little concerned here is now that we're going to do research to validate what is a very bad federal policy. And that's to get fixated on conserve consumptive use and how we're going to put agriculture and destroy rural communities in Wyoming. That's what that policy is designed to do, is pay people to quit producing food. And so I'm not very interested in researching how to facilitate the federal government adopting policies to put ag producers out of business. And it's especially disturbing, in fact, to the work that the University of Wyoming has already done in surveys with ag producers across the entire Green River Basin, and what they felt was the most effective and most acceptable way to try to do water conservation. And that was through increased efficiency. But we're not researching that. What we're looking at now is trying to validate through research really bad federal policy, which is to pay people to quit producing food. That's what conserve consumptive use through partial season fallowing and temporary irrigation compensation programs not to produce food. It's just bad federal policy. So, and what I would suggest is rather than trying to facilitate that, what we look at is trying to quantify based on producer surveys is how we conserve water through increased efficiencies. And this is particularly important in context of the $25 million RCPP project that the Water Development Commission received from NRCS. Because those type of programs are designed at conservation through efficiencies, not through conserve consumptive use. And so I think it would be much more beneficial to focus our efforts and quantify the value of implementing I strongly suggest that we restructure that research request and look at that, because that's the future for rural agricultural communities in the Green River Basin, not paying people not to produce and quit irrigating. And so just my thoughts on that, and hope we can restructure that before that goes out for research proposals.
Madam Chairman, that is a good idea, and I think we certainly can. We have time to do that. I mean, again, these are only research ideas. They're not a proposal, and certainly we get good and we get bad proposals. It's our option to be able to fund or not fund any of those. So there's several checks and balances along the way if we don't feel that it's addressing what we want to address. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. So we see both Speaker Summers and Senator Larson, I'm not sure. I'll go ahead with Speaker Summers first.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And some comments along the lines of Senator Hicks's. I also worry about that pilot well, a system conservation project, which is to just turn off water and send it down the river. It's going on, it's going to continue to happen. I think there's some value in studying the effects of drying up fields on Wyoming, but the range of possibilities is not within what you wrote down there. And it's not just the infield effects or on-field effects. It's what about your neighbor's field? It's what about the river system below? Because we could be, less return flow could have habitat issues with riparian loss of riparian areas. I think there's some fertile ground there, but it's really what is the impact of that going to be on Wyoming, monetarily, economically, community-wise, and also as it relates to the ecology of the water systems. So I think there's some stuff to do there, but it's really not just about whether you get more weeds on your field if you don't have any water on them, which is obvious. And so I do think there's some, and I agree. I think the direction that Senator Hicks went is a good direction as well. It's about efficiencies and how do we implement that. There's going to be some impacts to that, to neighbors and to the ecology. I think that's worth looking at. So I do think there's some stuff there. I'm just not sure you have it all in the right order yet. So thank you.
Thank you. Senator Larson.
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. I want to go back to what Senator Steinmetz had mentioned on the upper 4 bullet points. If you could include in there also the, to how these, the relevance is to our, our farmers and our ranchers and even our irrigation districts, and conservation districts. I think you need to have that worded up in there also, not just to our governmental agencies and that sort.
Thank you, Senator Larson. And I think Chairman Steinmetz also has a question or comment.
Yes, just a closing comment and that, and a question too. I see a lot of federal nexus in this when I look at some of the things coming down from the EPA and the deluge, since we're in the water committee, coming down from the federal government right now that we see in a lot of areas, and even some interplay with our DEQ and some of their proposed rules that are coming out right now. And so I guess one of the questions I have in this is how much is research money being put out by the federal government? Are we chasing that with some of our proposals? That would be one of my questions. And if so, how is that vetted so that we make sure, besides this committee, we make sure that we're actually serving our state and our citizens rather than chasing research dollars that actually help implement some of the federal rules that we may not want to agree with.
Madam Chairman,
First
of all, we have a cooperative program. The cooperative program includes the USGS, the state of Wyoming through the Water Development Commission, and the University of Wyoming. So the USGS on an annual basis provides funds for us to promote research on water-related issues in our state and region. So the way we operate is when we look at projects and individual proposals for those projects, we determine through the Water Development Commission and Select Water what we want to fund on the state level. After that, timing-wise, the USGS available funds come into play as matching dollars. So we match all of those dollars together. But the decision on the projects are really vetted through us locally here. So we fund projects that benefit the state of Wyoming. The USGS dollars follow along. We don't have to have approval from the USGS as to specific regulations or any projects that are promoted by the USGS.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cott.
And-
And I think then we also have Representative Summers. So we'll go for Commissioner Cott, then Speaker Summers.
One project area that I think has particular benefit to quite a number of people in the state is groundwater characterization. I think that's an important area. We heard the city of Cheyenne utilizing some very cutting edge techniques to quantify their aquifer and helps them plan for the future. And I think that whole area for other cities is very important, especially as our surface water supplies diminish, and depending upon where you stand in the water right line, turning to groundwater is it may be an important area to look at, and I think that's an important area of research.
Okay, Speaker Summers. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Greg.
Madam Chairman, I just want to add on to that what Commissioner Cott just mentioned. One of the projects that were funded by our water research program helped develop a lot of those models that the city of Cheyenne is using for those wells that they're looking at through our program. So I just wanted to mention that as one of the benefits of the programs.
Great, thank you. Okay, Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And if you go forward with the Colorado River study, I would really encourage you to really fine tune that with the Colorado Working Group. I think there's all these ideas are tossed around. I think that group, which includes me and Senator Hicks, could give you some more refined ideas on what research should be done.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. And once again, these are RFP ideas, and some of the people are in direct connection with the state engineer's office in that working group. They take into consideration some of those things, because we definitely don't step on consulting firm toes. If there's projects that are dealt with by consultants, then it's not considered in our research program.
Thank you for that. Any further comments? No? Okay. Thank you, Greg, for coming in via Zoom. So Director, I know it requires action. Are we just voting to, or do we have to vote on these projects? There's not money involved at this point.
Greg, can you give these guys direction on that, please?
Yes. Madam Chair, what we do is just, in essence, get approval from both the commission and the select water for the RFP to move forward. We can certainly look at the items that we discussed and add to the RFP, but in no way does it affect any projects. Right now, we don't have any projects. Once those are received, if you recall, then we bring those back to you in the fall, all of the proposals and the reviews, and then select projects from that. So at this point, again, it's just ideas through a research RFP that is passed out on campus, and hopefully we get proposals on these. By no means am I saying we're going to get proposals on any of these. Hopefully we will, that we can consider for funding. So that's where we're at, is just an approval to move forward with them.
Okay, thank you. But with the concerns that we've had mentioned from Select Water regarding the conservation activities, do we ask it to be modified, or do we just approve as is, Director or Greg? It's my question.
Greg, do you want to speak to the modifications that you heard, or the suggestions? How you might deal with that?
Madam Chair, we I could go back to the committee and ask them about revamping some of those areas a little bit to make it more clear what we might look forward to as far as a proposal. And we could change that. I could send it back out or present it this summer. We usually release this RFP in late August. So I could possibly do that.
August 6th, 7th, 8th.
Madam Chairman.
Chairman Steinmetz?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would suggest that we make the modifications. I don't feel comfortable voting on it as it is. Personally, I would like to see the modifications before we vote to move forward with this. And there may be recommendations from the committee members. And so I would like the leeway to send those in and forward those on to you. And then we'll come back and see what you bring us at the August meeting.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Suker?
to add to that, Craig, do you have a cost in mind for what you've presented now? Do you have a budget proposed?
Madam Chair,
For the items that are on there now?
these are, just keep in mind, these are ideas. They're not,
Right. But you will request.
we don't have any proposals. That would be up to the proposers as far as their cost estimate for what it would take them to do the project. So at this point, I have no idea what type of proposals we would get on any of these topics that are listed. So I wouldn't have any idea of costs.
So you
In
don't
the
even.
past, we have funded, like last year, we funded 2 projects, and total for those 2 projects was under $400,000.
So do you think that you'll be in that same category this time? Or what would your budget request be, I guess? Do we take the proposal, look at the cost and make that determination then? Or could you give us a budget of what you think you want to spend?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Suker, I don't have a budget for anything because I don't have a proposal, but just going on our history, we've tried to stay around that total 400,000, whether it's 2 projects, 3 projects, we try to stay under that as a ballpark area. Certainly, if we had 2 proposals that were over a $400,000 limit, we would request, if you chose those projects, that we would fund over that 400,000. But that's only a ballpark. It could be way under that. Some years we've been way under. Some years we've been a little bit over, but we generally tried to stay within that. But as far as specific budget items, I don't have any at this time.
And that's all right. We can look at your past and kind of categorize that as approximately the same. But I know if we add things to you, the budget could change. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I could just maybe clarify.
That would be great, Director. Go ahead and, because it's a certain amount that we fund every year, isn't it?
Yeah. So whatever proposals are received after the RFP goes out and everybody feels comfortable with it, the review committee will look at those and then kind of rank them what they think are the best proposals, if some of them, don't make sense or what have you. And then they bring those back to us at a future meeting for everybody to look at, to consider the recommendation that came from the review committee, how much each one's going to cost. And then it's up to this group of folks sitting here to decide which ones they want to fund. And then that goes into the omnibus construction bill or planning bill. I'm sorry. So,
Sounds good.
Yep.
I like that one.
Okay, thank you. And so the question is for you, Director. Select Water is there to saying, well, we don't like these proposals. We'd like to have them reformulated by the August meeting to approve them. Does this cause any issues if we said, yes, let's table it till the August meeting just because of the concerns that I'm hearing from Select Water?
Madam Chair, based on Greg's mentioning of they send it out in late August. Our meeting is August 6th, 7th, and 8th, so I don't see that being a problem. We'll just table this until the August meeting. Provide your suggestions to Greg. He'll revamp the RFP. We'll revisit it again at the meeting in August.
So that's an option. I do see that Speaker Summers also has his hand up. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it was you, Senator Grew. Sorry, I apologize. Obviously, I need better glasses. I apologize.
No, no problem, Madam Chairman. Thank you so much. No, I just wanted to say, based on what I heard, I guess I'm not as uncomfortable about moving forward with this. And all I would say is ask Director Kerr when he to convey to his committee that Select Water has these concerns, which some of which I share. And then have them develop the proposals. And then with our vote, we'll decide which ones that we feel are important and which ones aren't, or which ones that may be pursuing an agenda that we don't particularly care for or want to pursue. And then the committee then will know our feelings and then can adjust their future plans accordingly. So, but I'm not so sure that I want to necessarily predetermine the subject matter, what they do before they present it. Let them present their plans, and if we don't like them, we just say no. We just as soon work with these. But if we're going to table it and do it that way, if that's the informed opinion on this, so be it. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Crew. I apologize for missing that it was you. I'm open to either way. I just wanted to ask procedurally where we were headed and if there was an impact. You know, obviously, it is our choice at the end of the day with Select Water to vote on these projects and say we like these ones best. But so, and I see Commissioner Cott has his hand up. So let's see what you have to say.
I just want to have clear in my mind, you know, what concerns we raised today. And one I heard from Senator Summers was the Colorado Working Group, maybe take a look at it and, you know, make some edits there. I heard, you know, from Senators Steinmetz and Hicks, maybe, and I have a hard time articulating that the concern is that we don't approve or that we include projects that show how that we are preserving agriculture in the state versus putting agriculture out of business. I mean, that may be one of the bullet items that we would go out for an RFP on. Is just so that you know, maybe others here leave with an idea what our concerns, maybe in a concise way, what are our concerns.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cott. I guess I could have Senator Hicks answer that, or
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yes, I also agree with Commissioner Cott. If I could get some clarification on exactly what it is that we want to look at in each of those areas, then I could go back to the committee and we can include those. So.
Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that's why we're requesting to table so that we can get our thoughts together and respond.
Okay, I think we have options. The commission has an option. You can vote to approve it as is. You could vote to table it and wait. Or we can vote to approve it, subject to seeing revisions at the August meetings. I think there's options for us. Don't you think, Director Mead? So do you have a preference, Greg? I mean, you're the one running the program too. So we want to, of course, take you into account.
Madam Chairman, once again, these are only ideas. We're not making decisions on proposals or funding at all right now. They're only research ideas that gives some type of direction for faculty on campus to be able to pursue if they wish to. We may not get any proposals and probably won't in many of these specific topics. So they're kind of designed to cover a wide area, and I can do either way. It's just when I start getting into that August time period, I do have to change things and submit to the university, and they have a process and timetable to be able to release to the university also. So that's my only timetable for me.
Okay, we appreciate that. Any discussion from Select Water or from our commission?
Madam Chairman,
Okay, I think
oh, go ahead.
Vice Chair Craig had one, and then I'll get to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple comments, a lot of things being thrown around here, but it's good that there's a lot of eyes because I didn't necessarily miss. I read through and probably just skipped right over a couple of things that were pointed out by Senator Hicks and Steinmetz. And I think it's mostly under this Green River, Colorado River Basin bullet. The part about, I think, partial season fallowing might be one of the things that triggered their discussion. And I have quite a bit of experience with that former USD employee that implemented the CRP program. I understand their concerns. And I don't think as a state, we want to spend our money reducing agriculture in the state or even studying the reduction of agriculture in the state. It has far-reaching effects, not just to that individual person that's implementing those practices, but excuse me, to the communities as a whole, to the other industries that support agriculture, the lack of sales of fertilizer, seed, fuel, etc. So I second their concerns on that. Now, how we proceed today may not matter in either case because when the proposals finally come in, I think we could weed them out if we so chose, if there was something that we didn't like, whether it was us or Select Water that weeded those out when the final proposals actually come in. So I don't have a concern with moving forward, but I guess we'd leave that. We have to have probably 2 votes today, if I'm understanding correct, both us and Select Water. So we'll move forward accordingly. Thank you.
Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My suggestion was just going to be, in order that we don't overburden Mr. Kerr, that we have a deadline for when we could provide just some clarification as to how we'd like to see those topics go out. And then we're not overburdening him, and then they have their ability to make revisions before the August meeting.
Commissioner Cott?
So maybe we're ready for a motion. Maybe I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
My goal here is to try to capture what Senator or Chairman Steinmetz said, is that we approve moving forward with these projects with the condition that these projects address the concerns of the Select Water Committee that will be submitted by a deadline that that is reasonable to create the recommendations and submit them to Director Kerr. That maybe was a long motion. Help me.
It is long motion, but that's okay. I just wonder, my question would be, what time frame are we looking at to have, I suppose it would be Senator Hicks and Senator Steinmetz give feedback to Greg, and so he has time, or should we just say it has to be within the next 2 weeks?
Like June 15th or
Okay. Do you want to modify that? Maybe Mark, to just say by June 15th, we'll give comments and he will revise it?
Yes, I would modify that motion that we give Director Kerr approval to move forward with these projects with the condition that they include the recommendations of Select Water, which will be submitted by June 15th. Or proposals, excuse me for that language, proposals.
Okay, we have a second by this Commissioner Suker and a motion by Commissioner Cott. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I will ask all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion is passed with ours, and now we look to select water.
Committee, a motion to adopt the motion. So moved. Second by Larson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay, I know we have other things to discuss, but I am hearing some interest in breaking for lunch. Go ahead, Director.
Madam Chair, I think we can finish up pretty quickly. We had most of the discussion yesterday. If that's okay, 5 minutes.
I would just like to ask the commission what you want to do. Is that,
Let's finish.
okay, the commission has said they're going to power through.
Okay.
So we're going to make it quick. All right.
Future meetings is next.
Okay.
We already talked about that yesterday. We're in Evanston in August, 6th, 7th, and 8th. 6th will be the workshop, 7th will be the tour, 8th will be the meeting at the Roundhouse. More details to come as we get closer. Okay, other items requiring commission action. We talked yesterday about the Regional Conservation Partnership Program and the ability of our office to work through consultant selection and agreements with NRCS and producers and everything else. So we have a motion for you guys to consider that I handed out to.
We have the motion. I just thought if you could just go through and just explain, just because yesterday, just quickly, if you'll just explain the three different items. Essentially, we have the ARPA funding, and we have a motion for that. We have the RCCP, which is not so much an issue, but then we have the other ARPA language that we would like to have, I guess, Patrick discuss with us.
Okay, so the RCPP is with the NRCS. That's the 25 million. We went over all the different numbers, what's for technical assistance, what's for financial assistance or projects on the ground. We will need to hire, well, first we'll need to sign a PPA, can't remember exactly what that, an agreement with the NRCS, then supplemental agreements with the NRCS as projects come in. We'll have to supplemental agreement for hiring a technical assistance consultant. We've talked about hiring 2 of those. We'll go through that procurement process per our state statutes. The office will handle that. We will then be entering into contracts. This is all federal funding, remind you. In the contracts with those, we'd have the authority to amend those contracts if we feel like we need additional consultants because of the project load or lack of performance. We would go out for additional consultants, all those things to effectively and efficiently manage and administer that RCPP program once we get it all set up with the NRCS.
Okay, thank you, Director. And so basically what we're doing on this first motion, and I think that would be with Vice Chairman Craig, is to say that we're authorizing you to go out and hire these people, and so we can proceed forward in
That's right.
simplistic
Anything
terms.
and everything we need to do to get this done, get projects on the ground.
So I just want to make sure that the Water Commission was comfortable with what this action was and put it in layman's terms, as we talked about earlier. All right. Any discussion on it before we ask for a motion? All right.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been asked to make a motion, so I will obey.
That's spirit.
I move to authorize the Director of Water Development Office to enter into and sign agreements, contracts, amendments, et cetera, with NRCS, water rights holders, consultants, and others for the purpose of administering the RCPP program and implementing funded projects on behalf of the Water Development Commission.
Okay, so moved by Vice Chairman Craig and seconded by Secretary Choma. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That motion is carried. So we'll move on to the next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe the legislature provided that authority to the commission already, so there probably doesn't need to be anything from Select Water Committee on that. Okay, and then moving on to the ARPA and the replacement. Handed this out yesterday for potential projects here. Again, working with the governor's office to replace dollars that are appropriated, water development dollars appropriated towards project with ARPA dollars, so we can get that funding back into our program freed up for future projects we want to complete. So it provided that list yesterday. The motion that was put together really is a little more flexible, just in case any of these projects we showed you yesterday were not going to be able to meet deadlines of the federal government. Then we might want to bring in another project. We would obviously go out and talk to those sponsors in advance of doing that to make sure it's not going to create any issues with them. So it would really be going back, amending those contracts again, just for federal dollars instead of water development dollars, and adding in a little bit of language about reporting and audit, which all of them are already required to do because they either already have ARPA money or they have SRF money. So it would not make a difference to them. So that's what that request is for.
Okay, and we'll have discussion, but of course I voluntold Commissioner Cott on this one, so and so we'll work on that in a second. But is there any discussion on this? This is basically allowing us to free up our money by using the ARPA dollars going through the governor's office and the AG's office for approval. So is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Cott?
I move to approve any and all WWDC project agreements providing for the recapture of water development funds with current unobligated ARPA funds, subject to approval of the amended agreements by the Attorney General's office.
Do I have a second? Okay, a second from Commissioner Cott, motion, second by Commissioner Suker. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign? Seeing none, that motion is passed.
Madam Chair, on that one, again, these are federal ARPA dollars that are being replaced or now going to be put in the contract. So I would just ask, it's more than $5,000 from any potential source. So I wouldn't mind having a motion from the Select Water Committee to adopt Commission's motion if that would be appropriate.
That sounds appropriate. Thank you, Director. Go ahead, Senator Hicks.
Do I have a motion to adopt the motion on the floor? Moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, sign. Motion passes.
Okay, finally, Director, I think we were going to discuss the.
Yep. So the last one would be the redundancy language in the construction bill. This is where the project sponsor is named the Wyoming Water Development Commissions. We discussed the difficulties of actually implementing that yesterday and what that would mean as far as our liabilities and being able to contract with a contractor and O&M and design when that usually is the requirement of a specific sponsor. So with that said, I'll hand it over to Patrick maybe to provide a motion that aligns with the wishes of the Select Water Committee discussion yesterday in regards to not putting that out for advertising or taking project applications as of September 1, but to take that back to the legislature next year to get cleaned up before we.
Okay, Mr. Kent, thank you, Director. Mr. Kent, we'd like to hear what you have to say about it. Again, I think you had said to us that, you know, the drafting was poor in that section and that there was some concern because obviously the Water Commission shouldn't be entering into contracts as a sponsor. So if you'll just go over that and then give us your proposed motion, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And it essentially the reason for the proposed motion is exactly that. It was my understanding after the commission's discussion yesterday that the commission did want the legislature to address that language in the section of the omnibus construction bill that had listed the Wyoming Water Development Commission as a sponsor. We don't feel like these projects will be workable if the commission is a sponsor, so we need to get that addressed. To that end, I came up with a motion. It is slightly verbose and it's a little wordy, so maybe Commissioner Cott, he has a habit of proffering long motions, so maybe he could start typing this one up. So the language I have, I would say I move the commission to delay accepting project applications, delay funding and implementation of any potential redundancy of water
I
delivery
think you might have to
system
slow down.
projects.
Let's start.
Okay.
I think that's even fast for me and I write faster than I think
Okay.
Mark, because I've watched him sign
Okay.
contracts and he's slow.
Do you want me to? Okay.
Maybe you could just take your
I could-
computer over there
Yeah,
in front of
yeah.
Mark.
Why don't I was gonna say, why don't we do that? Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, do that, but go ahead and read through it then first so that he hears the whole thing.
I apologize, Madam Chair. Did you say you wanted me to read it?
If you could, just
First.
as long as he can see it, because I couldn't write that fast.
Okay. Okay.
So if you'll just read through it, then come over and show
Yeah,
him on your
okay.
computer.
So the prospective motion says I would move the commission to delay accepting project applications, funding and implementation of any potential redundancy of water delivery systems projects until the legislature has amended Section F of Wyoming Statute 99-3-2903 to make these potential projects better comport with the statutory conditions for level 3 new construction projects and operating procedures of the water development program.
I'm proud of you.
long
That was
one.
an excellent motion.
Thank you.
I think, Mark, wow, way to come up with that lengthy motion. So I will look for that motion. I think that addresses our concerns of the fact that, we can't enter into contracts as a water commission and be the sponsor. I apologize. Okay, Commissioners. Scott.
I like to say so moved, but I'll read it. Move the commission delay accepting project applications, funding and implementation of any potential redundancy of water delivery system projects until the legislature has amended Section F of Wyoming Statute 99-3-2903 to make these potential projects better comport with the statutory conditions for level 3 new construction projects and operating procedures of the water development program.
Then I need a second. Excellent. Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Craig. Thank you for that help. Any discussion? Okay, no discussion. We'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? That motion has passed. I don't think we need anything from Select Water, do we? Or would you prefer that, Director Mead? You'd prefer that? Is that what you prefer? All right, if we could just have a vote from Select Water, we would appreciate it.
Madam Chair, it's up to them, their
Oh.
review and recommendation.
Yeah, so only thing our motion would be to
Yes, I did.
support the recommendation.
Give it to
We're
Megan.
kind of voting to tell you guys telling us to redo something that we're gonna redo something, but so it's all about redundancy at this point in time. So, committee. Do I have a motion to adopt the motion? Moved by Steinmetz, seconded by Nyman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Great. Now that that motion is passed, is there anything further, Director Mead, that we need to discuss? Seeing that, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Vice Chairman Craig and seconded by Commissioner Kaylee. Thank you. We are adjourned.
1:45. Our committee's still going to be meeting. We will reconvene Select Water Committee meeting at 1:45.
I think we have some stuff we have to sign.